Purple World. Purple World made that.
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Hopefully everybody can hear me good enough. Hopefully y'all can, man. Thank y'all for tuning into the live stream this morning, man. I appreciate it. You know how we do, man. We're gonna get it in. 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 The title of the video is using the Splice integration in Ableton Live. Even though I make a lot of beats from scratch, you know, which you guys know that already. You can always get some really, really cool inspiration or ideas from either listening to samples, you know, or getting some startup ideas from samples. You know, a lot of you guys know probably that's how I came into the game, sampling. You know, I was chopping up records and making beats just like that, and that was a whole lot of fun. But I got to the point to where, you know, after doing that for a long time, I got to the point to where, you know, and this was a long time ago when I first started making beats. That's how I came into it. You know, I got to the point to where I started going to live performances, you know, with different people, going to concerts, stuff like that, and saw live bands playing, and watching that on stage and seeing them, you know, the instruments and all that stuff like that, and how they put that whole thing together, and just thinking how a band takes the time out to, this guy knows his part, and this the keyboard player knows his part, the guitar player knows his part, the drums know his part, and everybody up there just doing their own part, but bringing a whole conglomerate together to make music. It kind of started making me think about what I was doing, making music, sampling and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of started getting into more playing instruments and stuff like that, just from taking that in, you know. But make no mistake, how I came into the game was sampling, you know, flipping and chopping samples, and I got very, very good at that, like really, really good, you know. And I was able to develop my own techniques of doing it, you know. And that's how I was able to show you guys, you know, a lot of videos on YouTube about how to chop a sample, different ways you could do it, different things to listen for, different things to take in about the sample before you deal with it. You know, one of the biggest things that I learned from messing with samples is that, you know, not everything is supposed to be sampled. You could sample everything, you could, but at the same time, will your beat sound good? You know, you don't know. And it's because you sampled anything you wanted to. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to understand the reason why a beat don't come out nice, a sample beat don't come out nice. It's not because you didn't know how to make the beat, or it's not because you didn't have knowledge of it, of how to make the beat. It's just because you literally sampled the wrong thing. You know, like literally, I had to learn that, you know. And you know, creative minds sampling, when you think about sampling, creative minds, first thing they're going to tell themselves is, oh man, I could grab anything and sample, you know, man, anything I could, you know, ain't no rules to sampling, man. I could grab anything and sample. And you're right. You're very, very much right. You can grab anything in the world out here and sample it. Anything you can possibly think of. It don't even have to be music, bro. It could be just some background shit from outside. You can go sample and put that in. It can be some birds in a tree. You can sample damn near anything, you know? And that's what the creative mind will tell himself. But just remember, just because you sampled it don't mean the beat gonna come out nice. In order for the beat to come out nice when you sample it, you gotta be selective about what you sample. See? That's when the beat gonna come out tight, you know? Because if you just tell yourself, man, I could sample anything, well, it's gonna be a hit and miss if the beat nice. It's gonna be a hit and miss because you decided to sample anything. See what I mean? So, you know, some of the best beats that you've heard, the best sample beats that you've heard, those those samples was carefully chosen for those beats. You know, whether the record was listened to, you know, um, certain parts of the record was taken in, you know, to where that specific thing they wanted to sample. See, so that helped me to understand to make better sample beats, to deal with samples, and you got to have a good ear about what you're picking. You know, you, like I said before, you could say, yeah, I could sample anything. You could say that, but that's that's the more chance you got of the beat coming out all crazy because you just wanted to sample anything. You know what I'm saying? That's more chance you got. But if you're selective about what you sample, you pay attention to the samples, you develop a good ear for hearing things in samples. You know, you develop a good rhythm. You know, rhythm is a big part of picking samples. You know, having a good rhythm, knowing good rhythm styles. You know, that way you can pick samples according to something that you want to do. See what I'm saying? Like when I listen to, for instance, I'll just give y'all an idea of what I'm saying. When I listen to a sample, I'm listening to multiple things about that, and I'm taking them all in at once. See what I'm saying? I'm listening, and the very last thing is how it sounds. That's the very last thing. For most people, that's the first thing you listen to. How the sample sound. That's the last thing I take in, how it sounds. The first and foremost thing I take in about the sample is, number one, if it's quality. That's number one. If it's not quality, I don't give a damn how it sounds. I'm not going to use it. See? I don't give a damn how it sounds. I don't care. That's the first thing I take in, if it's quality. See? Now, quality sample doesn't mean it only sounds good. A quality sample means how it fills up your speakers. A quality sample means how it's recorded. A quality sample means, was it what whoever played it or whoever laid down the instrumentation to it, were they on point with what they were doing? See, that all plays a part in the quality of the sample. And the reason why I look for quality first and foremost is because a sample is going to be a building block. That's what we call it, a building block. If you're going to lay something down as a building block, that means it's going to be the foundation of whatever else you decide to do, whether it's just drums, whether it's some more instrumentation. That's going to be the building. That's going to be the basis of it. So you want your basis to always be very, very solid. Very solid. You go out there sampling something flimsy, see the rest of the shit you pile on top of it. See what I'm saying? It's no different than the house that you build. If that foundation not solid, I don't give a damn how good the rest of the house look on top. Something gonna mess up. And it's just because that foundation wasn't laid down with quality in mind. See, so the average person will listen to a sample, and the first thing they will listen to is if it sounds good. That's the first thing they're gonna listen to. Me, myself, the first thing that I determine about a sample is if it's quality. If it's not quality, I don't give a damn how it sounds. It could sound good. I'm still not going to use it. I'm still not going to mess with it. Okay? So that's one of the biggest things that I take in, quality. The quality is first and foremost. Okay. The second thing that I pay attention to in a sample, if I'm about to use it, the second thing is what type of rhythm does it have? That's the second thing I pay attention to. Because the rhythm is going to determine a lot about what I do to it. So it's going to determine a lot about how I proceed with it. It's going to determine how I chop it, the rhythm of it. It's going to determine how fast or slow I want it to go. The rhythm is going to determine what type of drums I use and how the drums are going to work. See, the rhythm of the sample, how the sample is moving. See what I'm saying? It's going to determine if I want to keep that same rhythm or if I want to switch up the rhythm with how I lay down the flip when I flip it. See, so that's the second thing that I pay attention to, the rhythm of the sample. The rhythm is going to determine a lot about how I proceed with getting the sample prepared. Not how the beat comes out. I'm going to do that to the beat. But the rhythm is going to determine how I prepare the sample. See, getting it ready to chop, getting the pieces I want, the slices I want, how fast it's going to go. See, that's the preparation of the sample before you lay down the flips. You got to prepare that thing nice and good. And sometimes that's the biggest reason why a sample don't come out right whenever you try and flip it or do something. Sample don't come out, the beat don't come out nice because the preparation work wasn't there. The prep for it. You heard something nice, you dragged it in, you sliced it in equal slices, and then you tried to get something from it. No, man, you got to go in there and pick out certain pieces. not just equal slices, certain pieces. You got to listen to that. See, that's the prep work that go into before you flip it, before you actually lay down the sequence, the sample sequence, and flip it. See? So sometimes the preparation work for a sample isn't done well. You just grabbed it, heard something nice, and then just threw it in there and didn't even listen to no intricate parts of it or how you want that to be. Sometimes the ending of a sample, sometimes they got stuff at the ending of a sample that matches well with the beginning of the sample. See, you got to learn how to listen to a few of them things at the end. Take some chops from the end, take some chops from the beginning, and boom, put them things together. You didn't even mess with the middle. See what I'm saying? Sometimes it's the middle. They got some things in the middle. I look at sampling. I look at dealing with a sample like treasure hunting. Inside of that sample, they got some shit that I want. I just gotta find it. That's how literally. That's how I look at a sample. They got a bunch of shit that I want. I gotta find it though. See what I'm saying? So if I just keep dragging samples in and chopping, just slicing it to the beat, slicing it to the beat, 16 equal slices, so I can have 16 slices on my pads on the MPC, and I just keep slicing it to the beat, and I see it. How am I digging for how am I digging for the gold of the sample? That's just like me skimming the top of the sample. If I keep doing that. But see, if I go inside the sample and I hear these 2 hits right here, yeah, give me those 2. And then I look at the beginning of the sample. Ooh, them 2 hits gonna go good with that beginning piece too right there. So let me grab that beginning piece, put that on a pad. Ooh, you know what? At the end, they got 2 more hits at the end. That's gonna go good. See how I'm going in there and I'm searching. I'm digging for what's in the sample, the treasures that's in it. That's gonna determine how the beat come out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the second thing I said. First thing is the quality of the sample. Second thing is the rhythm of the sample. Okay. The third thing that I listen to about a sample, the third thing that I pay attention to, not listen to, but pay attention to about a sample is the 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 feeling of it. Now, the reason why I said I changed it from listen to and I changed it to pay attention to is because you can't really listen to a feeling, you know? But what you can do is pay attention to a feeling. You can take notice of a feeling. That's the third thing that I pay attention, the feeling of it. Now, that not only means the feeling of what I'm hearing, but it's how it makes me feel. Does it get me hype? Does it make me chill? Does it make me want to think? Does it make whatever? You see what I'm saying? That feeling of the sample is going to determine, again, what I do with it, how I go about dealing with it. See? And sometimes that feeling determines whether or not I'm going to take it in a different direction. See? Because I could take a slow sample, pitch it up, make it faster, not make a trap beat with that soul record. See what I'm saying? But see, I had to hear something in that slow record. And while it was playing slow, I had to hear something, the feeling or something that it gave me to know, ooh, I could pitch that up and do this to it and make it faster, make it a faster trap or faster kind of up tempo song, up tempo beat. See what I'm saying? What's up, Ramu? He said, do you route your samples through anything to clean up the artifacts and make it sound bigger? Do I route my samples through anything to clean up artifacts? If I gotta really want to use a sample to do that. I gotta really want to use a sample. Like really, really want to use a sample. Like if I want that specific sample, I want that. Am I doing that to every sample? No. And the reason why is because if I gotta do all of that, then that's not quite. If you listen to the things that I said when I've listened to samples, the first thing is quality. If I gotta do that, that means that it ain't quality to me. It's not quality. If I gotta do all of that to it. See what I'm saying? If I have to do all of that, that means I really, really want that sample, which that very rarely happens. There's too much audio out here for me to lock into one sample and just want that. There's too much audio out here, way too much. So that very rarely happens that I'm a climb mountains just to make one sample sound good. No. I'm gonna go find another sample. So I'm something else that's quality, that's recorded well, that's all of that stuff like that. I don't believe there's no sample out here that can make me lock into it to where I just literally want to use that one, and I'm gonna spend all my time getting that ready and preparing that, and putting all that time into cleaning it up and doing. I don't think they got one sample out here that can do that to me. Not one. I don't care what I'm saying. And the reason why is just because there's too much audio out here. Way too much audio for me to just be trying to clean up that sample and get that. No, I'm gonna just go find something else that's quality. Probably that's 10 times better. You know what I'm saying? Just not in this day and age, just way too much audio out here for me to be trying to, trying to direct all my attention to one, trying to get that straight. You know what I'm saying? So, nah. To answer your question, I gotta really, really want to mess with a sample in order to, if I hear all that stuff in it, and for me to say, you know what? Let me run that through some filters. Let me run that through this and clean that up. In order for me to do that, I gotta really, really want that record. Really want that sound. I because my first mind gonna say is skip, go find something quality. That's gonna be my first mind. Go find something quality. Because again, the first thing I listen to is quality, man. What's going on, Marcus? What's happening, man? Appreciate the love, man. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, to the other part of your question, to make it sound bigger, to make the sample sound bigger. Um, that's gonna be pretty much my mixing skills. That's gonna be my mixing skills. How I go about dealing with it. And to be honest with you, the way I make a sample sound bigger is not to run it through anything. The way I make it sound bigger is I play instrumentation on top of it. I make sure I play instruments on top of it. Something else is going on top to layer it, to make it, to give it the space and depth that it needs. If it's missing something, I'm gonna have something that's filling in about the sound. See what I'm saying? Sometimes I'll purposely filter out some parts of the sample just so I could bring in my own stuff that fills the sample up. I'll purposely do that, even if it's recorded well, even if it's quality. I'll purposely filter out something about the sample, and then I'll layer something. For instance, like if I get a sample and the sample has a bass line already, I'll purposely filter out a bit of the low end, not all of it, but just a bit of it, and then I'll come back with my own bass. See what I'm saying? And add that to it, because the bass I'm gonna use, I'm gonna mix that thing up. I'm gonna mix it and beef it up nice to where it fills in much more than the bass that was playing on. That's what I mean. See, so to make samples full, I rely on my ability to do it with what I could do with the instrumentation I have, not really some gear to do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What are some good quality sample sources besides vinyl and CDs? When you're looking for quality, you're not really looking for sources. The reason why is because no matter what source it is, it's gonna have samples that aren't recorded well. No matter what source it is, you're not looking for sources when you look for quality. That's sound that you're looking for. You're confusing sound with quality. What sources you go out, that's sound you're looking for. How the sample sounds. That's the instruments, all that stuff like that. The record, what type of sound they got on that sample. When you look for quality, it doesn't go by the sources of where you get it from. Because any source you get it from is going to have artifacts, and it's going to have, just because of the way it was recorded, it's going to have that. So the way you get quality is whatever source you go to, not a specific source, but whichever one you go to, you have to understand what quality actually is. And a lot of people really don't understand what quality is. They don't. That's one of the most underrated things that people take in. The first thing that people take in about something is sound. That's the average music producer or anybody that's made. That's the first thing they pay attention is sound. See what I'm saying? Quality doesn't mean sound. It doesn't mean that. Quality. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean sound. Something can sound terrible to you, but it's still quality. See? Something sound terrible to you, but it's still a quality sound. See? It's still a quality. It's still quality. The piece of audio is still quality. See what I'm saying? It's no different than a record. If you engineer, the first thing that an engineer has to realize, and this is what runs audio engineers in circles, is something that I struggled with a long time ago. I had to understand that just because a mix doesn't sound good does not mean it's not, you didn't deliver quality just because it doesn't sound good. See what I'm saying? Sound is not quality. I had something to say it's not. No, no. And that's what people get kind of twisted. Now, quality can help sound. It can help it. See what I'm saying? Just like it can hurt it. The quality can hurt it. But is quality actually sound? No, no. There are different facets that make up quality. Sound is just one thing. There are different facets that make up quality. Different facets that now put quality together. Sound is just one. See what I'm saying? That's what I mean. So a lot of people don't really understand what quality is, and which is why they can't achieve it in their music, because it's not that they don't know how, it's just that they don't understand what they're looking for. They think that it has to sound good for it to be quality. No, I can have a record that sounds amazing, but it's still not quality, which is what y'all hear on records now. These records now. Think about it. Don't we say it all the time? Don't we say it like with the music that's out now? The new school music. You know, we say that all the time. Yeah, it sounds good, but they just don't have no sustenance to it. They're not really talking about too much. See? Doesn't sound bad. It's just that they don't have no substance to what they're talking about now. Right? See, what you basically describing is you basically saying what we saying. It sounds nice. See the sound, but you saying the quality of it isn't good. See? So that lets you know that quality and sound are two different things. When we say that about records, we just say it about records, like about new age music and stuff. Like you hear that all the time. Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds pretty good, but it's just that they don't really have no sustenance to it. They're not talking about nothing. They're not. The record it's not a memorable record. It's a here today, gone tomorrow song. See, but it still sound good. It just wasn't quality. See what I mean? So that's the first thing you got to realize, the difference between quality and sound. That's how you go about understanding, when you go to a source, what you're looking for. But the source, a source, to get it from a source, that's not really what you're looking for when you want to get quality. You're gonna get all types of quality on every different source, on any different source. Whether you're going to get it from the internet, whether you're going to get it from a record, whether you're going to get it from a website, whether you're going to get it from what, you're going to have different types of quality on that on all them platforms, different types on all them things. So again, you have to know what quality is to know when I go to these different platforms, that's quality. That's not. They both sound good, but that's quality. See? No different than those songs we talked about. See, that song sounds nice, and so does that song sound. So does that song. They both sound nice. But that one is quality. They're actually speaking about something. They actually have some feeling in that. That over there just sounds nice. That song right there just sounds nice. But it doesn't really have all that. See, basically all you're saying is that song has more quality than that song, even though they both sound nice. See? That's what I mean. Like, you just had, it took me a while to wrap my mind around that concept, especially when I first started engineering. Took me quite a while to get that concept of quality and sound. Yeah, you sure that's not the same? It took me quite a while to understand it, and when you do understand it, you start to mix with a different thing in mind. You start to mix music with a different perspective in mind. You don't want to mix to make it sound good. All I want to mix for is just the quality. If I get the quality, sound gonna take care of itself. See? So you're going to make every move you make inside of that mix going to be for quality purposes. How much quality can I bring to it? Not just can I make it sound good? Because I'm very aware that this record can sound good, but it's not quality. See? You're going to mix with a different thing. And that's usually the best engineers that you see. The ones that want quality. They're mixing for quality. They're not mixing for sound, for higher sound. The sound going to take care of itself if I bring the quality to it, to this record. So they're mixing with how to bring some feel into this part. See, they're not mixing for how this part sounds. If it sounds, no, they're mixing on how to bring some feel into this part when her vocals is right here. You know, how to bring some depth to this part right here whenever it whenever the bass line come in. See the things they're paying attention, they're not paying attention to how to if it sound good. No, all of that's quality issues they making moves with when they mix a record. And think about it, if they get all them quality issues nice and tight, see, it's gonna sound the sound gonna take care of itself. It's gonna do that. And so it took me quite a while to understand that, because the average person, which I was a long time ago when I first stepped into audio engineering, the average person just listened for sound. That's pretty much what you're listening to. You know, and if you are listening for quality, you start to confuse quality with sound. You start to confuse. They start to run all into each other. But once you understand the difference of them, oh yeah, man, you're not only gonna be making music differently, you're gonna be mixing your music differently. You're gonna be making music differently. You're gonna be paying attention to different things about the music. You know, all of that. And to be honest with you, now that we're talking about that, to be honest with you, that's why a lot of people make the music they make. That's why they have a certain sound. It's because they ear, even if they don't know they're doing it, even if they don't really know they're doing it, the reason why they have a certain sound is because their ear is more attached to quality of their music. They just calling it sound because they don't know that they're actually doing it. But when they making their beat, they're paying attention to the quality of it more than just the sound. That's why their music comes out a certain way. See what I'm saying? Even if they don't know they're doing it, you don't have to know you're doing it to do that. You know, they got some people when they make music, it seems like, damn, everything they make just got a feeling to it, and it got a vibe to it. Very rarely do they press play on something that don't have like a feeling or some type of good vibe, or some type of nice vibe to it, or some type of nice something that you can remember about it. You see, very rarely do you press play on something of theirs and it doesn't have that. The reason why, when you run into somebody like that, is because their ear is locked into more of the quality of what they're doing, not the sound of it. See, so when they go pick VSTs, they're looking for some quality. Even if they're telling themselves, yeah, what sound good, what they really doing, they just don't know they're doing. What they really are searching for is quality. That's why they say, no, not that. Ooh, that right up. And you listening to that like, why you skip that? Because that sound nice. Why you skip that? Because that sound nice. Why you see that dude locked in a quality? That's what he looking for. He just think he looking for sound because he don't know he doing. But that's why his beats come out the way they do. That's why it very rarely do you hear a whack sound from that person. Very rarely. It's because subconsciously that's what they're looking for, quality. When they're looking for VSTs or looking for, drums or whatever to put on their music. See? So but if you're doing it subconsciously like that, eventually you need to do it with a purpose in mind, not just doing it subconsciously. You need to actually know what quality and sound is, the difference between them. See what I'm saying? And think about it. This is another way you can tell. If something describes something, then it can't be the same as it. See? A red car. See? Red is a color. Car is the mechanical, the piece of machinery. See? A brown table. Brown is the color. Table is the actual object. See? If something describes something, it can't be it. It can't be the object as well. So if we use that same example, we say quality sound. See, if something described, it can't be that as well. See what I mean? That's how you know they different. We say, I want a quality sound. If they're the same thing, why am I using sound to describe sound? If they're the same thing. See? A quality sound. That lets you know, oh, that's two different things. Something can sound nice, but still don't be quality. It's still not quality. See? That's how you can kind of figure that out. But it took me quite a while to understand it. But once I did, I had spent a long time mixing music for sound, mixing records for sound. But once I started to understand what that means, to look at the quality of something and understand what that means, how to bring quality to your music, how to identify quality, all that stuff like that. When I started to understand that, it changed my whole scope of how I mixed the record. like literally 180, whole school how I mixed the record. I even started to approach the record differently when I mix it. You know, it's almost like I wasn't concerned about if nothing sound good no more. I didn't care. I mean, that's not really what I'm focused on. If it sound good when I do something, no. I'm just focused on if I could get this to fit here, if I could bring out more of the broadness of this, if I can make sure that this sits up front, if I can make sure that this surrounds this, if I could put this sound inside of this sound. See, none of that has shit to do with sound good. That's all quality issue. See, none of that has nothing to do with if the record sound good. None of it. But if you take care of all them things, see how all of them things I just mentioned, do all that to a right and see how it sound at the end. See, sound took care of itself. That's how I started to mix records. And to be honest with you, that's how I make my music. Same exact thing. How I pick stuff, how I deal with stuff. I deal with stuff with quality first and foremost. See what I'm saying? So let me get back to what I was saying about the samples. Samples. First thing I look for is first thing when I deal with a sample, I'm listening for hey, my little what I was saying. First thing I look for when I'm looking for a sample is why is this looking like this, man? Hold on for a second, man. Why is this looking like this, man? I can't even see I can't even see I can't even see the chat no more. Hold on for a second. Okay, there it is. There it is. I got it. Sorry about that. Okay, first thing back to what I was saying. First thing I look for in a sample is quality. First thing. Before I use a sample. Second thing is the rhythm of it. Those two things are going to determine how I prepare the sample. You know, then I listen to the feeling of the sample. I'm not listening, I'm identifying the feeling of it. I'm paying attention to it. Because remember, you can't really listen to a feeling. You gotta pay attention to a feeling. You gotta notice a feeling. Can't really listen to a feeling. You know what I'm saying? So the next thing I start doing is paying attention to what feeling this has. Okay. That's the first three. Okay. The fourth thing that I pay attention to about the sample is how does the sample apply to the outside work, to not only the music production but out here. Now let me explain what that means. We take a lot of samples that's different genres and turn them into another genre, correct? Like we'll take a rock and roll sample, turn it into a hip hop beat. We'll take a soul record, turn it into a hip. See, so I pay attention to how the record is before I touch it. How is the record represented out here? What type of movement did it make out here in the world before I mess with it? See? Because see, what it already did out here is going to determine what I go do with it. See, it's going to determine if I follow what was already done out here before I touched it with the record, or if I say, you know what, I think I can enhance that with something I'm gonna do to it. See, but first I got to identify how it was represented out here. And I think that's something that's sorely looked over with sample, you know, especially if it's a record or something like that. You know, that's where the research come into play. Like, how was that record represented out here? What I mean by represented is what did it do out here? What did the record do out here? Did it make some kind of splash out here? Was it a huge impact? You know, was it played on Broadway? Was it played mostly on radio? Was it underground to where nobody knew about it? See? That's how the record operated in the real world. The reason why is because whoever made that record, if it operated beautifully out here in the real world, if it did that, then the only thing I could do is mess it up. That's the only thing I could do to it. Is mess it up. because it already did what it did out here before I touched it. It made a splash out of it. So let's say I wanted to sample Michael Jackson's Thriller. Let's say I wanted to see that record already did what it did out here. Only thing I could do is mess that up when I touch it. See, that's the only thing I could do with it is mess it up as soon as I touch it. See? So how it represented out here in the real world before I mess with it, that's gonna play a big part into into how I mess, what I do to it, what part it played out here in the real world before I even touched it. See, I'm gonna determine, well, record didn't really do too good, so chances are I'm gonna amp this thing up when I mess with it. I'm gonna make people listen to this record now. I'm gonna make people go find this underground record now after I mess with it. You see what I'm saying? If it wasn't known before, see, I'm gonna enhance that. But see, if I'm about to sample a number one hit out here that's been that literally did some amazing shit out here in the real world for years, if I'm about to sample that, then yeah, all I could do is mess that record up if I don't know what I'm doing. See? So that's why I pay attention to whatever the record did out here in the real world, or the sample, whatever it did out here in the real world. If it's not a record you use and it's just a sample, it's not really a record or something like that, then chances are you're not going to be able to do that. See, because that's just a sample that really didn't do nothing out here in the real world. It's just a sample or something that you're getting from somewhere, which is kind of what we're going to be doing today with the splice thing. But if it's a record though, that's why I put that one kind of like at the bottom of the list. If it's a record though, definitely I'm paying attention to how it operated out here in the real world before I even mess with it. I'm gonna figure that out. What it did out here. What did that record do? You see what I'm saying? And then the last and final thing I listen to is the sound. Like I told you, that's the very last thing I listen to. Which with most people, that's the first thing they listen to by the record, how it sound, or a sample, how it sound. That's the very last thing I pay attention to. All of that other stuff, I'm gonna lock into about a sample or a record before I even lock into how it sound. All of that. And if any one of them things don't fit what I want it to fit, then I don't care how it sounds. I'm not gonna use it. And the reason why I'm like that is because that's going to ensure that I set a standard for my music production. I'm not out here just going to grab any old thing and sampling. Because then my beat's going to be any old beat. See, because I grab any old sound. See? That's what's going to happen. But if I set a standard for what I'm choosing, if I set a standard for what I'm about to sample and go get, see, then my beat's going to hold a certain standard. See? Like I told y'all at the beginning of the stream, you could say you want to sample anything. The creative mind could say, I could sample anything. What's up, Matthew? How's it going, man? See, you could say you're going to sample anything. You could say that. The creative mind, man, I could sample it. But the question is, will your beat sound nice? It's a hit and miss because you sampled anything. So you didn't have a standard. You said you sampled anything. I could sample, So you got to be careful that your creative mind don't run you straight into the ground. That's a creative mind that says, man, I could grab anything and say you can. But just because you grabbed anything, see, it's going to be a hit and miss because you grabbed anything. That means I didn't set a standard. I just grabbed anything. I didn't set a standard for what I'm sampling. I didn't. See, so that's the reason why I pay attention to all of it. I'm gonna set a standard for these samples, for what I'm sampling. That way my beats have a certain standard. They're gonna hold a certain standard. That's why I pay attention to all that about a sample. And some might call that a bit too much. Some might call that a bit, but if you love music, then it's not. Like I have studio sessions to where how many of y'all just go in y'all studio and just listen to records? Just that's it. You don't make no beats, you don't do nothing. Just put on records and listen to them. I actually have studio sessions when I do that. That's my beat making for that night. I didn't make no beat, I didn't do nothing, but I got a shitload of ideas. And all I do is just take in record, different idea. And when I come across something that I want to mess with or something that's not, I write it down. What record is on, what song it is, I write it down. And that's all I'm doing for about 2 hours. That's me like I'm in the studio making beats. But not a beat was made. All I did was listen to samples. That's it. Record after record. That's it. See, that's me doing my producer research. That's what that is. Or producer research. I'm doing my producer research. See, I'm not just gonna grab a sample and mess with it right there on the spot. No, I'm gonna be done heard that sample 2 or 3 times before I decide to flip it and chop it. And you see me on the YouTube video dealing with it, messing with it. I didn't heard that sample 3, 4, 5 times already. I didn't let it soak in. They got certain pieces that I like about it, certain things that I know I'm gonna mess with soon as I dive in it. That's what you call your producer research. Now, again, the average person, they're gonna grab a sample and within 2 seconds is in that DAW doing something. See? Didn't take it in, didn't take in the feeling of it, didn't take in nothing of it, didn't let it soak in, didn't listen to the pieces, all of that stuff. Didn't listen to that. Right down the spot, boom, let's grab that, boom, let's throw it in there. See? Again, I set a standard for what I sample. So the reason why it looks like I'm doing shit on the spur of the moment, on the spot when I grab, is because I didn't listen to them. If you always listening to records like that, you always got something to sample. But make no mistake, that's something that I listened to 2 days ago, 3 days ago, and I listened to it quite a while. You know, I'll hear it on a record. And then just so I could take it in, once I get the name and the record that it's on, I'm gonna go find it on the internet. That way I could just play it. The record's still gonna be at the studio, but I could just play it on my phone or something when I go to the crib and listen to it a few times. Have it playing in the morning when I wake up. I listen to 3, 4 of them records in the morning, 3, 4 of them tunes in the morning. See, so that way when I hit the studio, look at how many times I listen to them records, bro. When I hit the studio, now I'm ready to actually dive in them and sample. I literally listen to records like 10 times, all of them, like all 6 of them songs. I listen to them about 10 times before I even dive in there. Dive in. See? That's what you affectionately call your producer research. But if you do it you do it all with the purpose of setting a standard for what you're doing. You know, again, like I said, the creative mind will tell himself I could sample anything. I could grab anything I want. So I could grab that sound over there and sample. You could grab anything out here and sample. And you're right. You're absolutely right. You can't. Anything. I don't care what. You can sample nails on a chalkboard. You can sample whatever. Anything your polar art content, you can sample. But the problem is, will your stuff sound nice? That's the thing. Because think about it. If I sampled anything, then it's gonna be a hit and miss with how my shit sounds. Sometimes it's gonna sound good, sometimes it's not. But if I don't just grab anything out there and sample, and I start to set a standard for what I sample, see, the beat you crank out gonna have a certain standard, just depending on if you know what you're doing with it. It's gonna have a certain standard, and that's because you started out with a standard of what you went grab. If that makes sense, see what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I deal with that, just to make sure that if I'm sampling something or if I'm messing with some samples, that's how I make sure I get the quality first. You know, I don't listen to what sounds good about a sample first. Instantly, my ear go to the quality of it instantly. The sound of it is the last thing, literally the very last thing that I'm paying attention to about it. And if it doesn't pass them other things, you know, the quality first, then the rhythm, then the feeling, then how it represents out here in the real world. What that sample did out here in the real world, if it's a record. If that thing don't line up with those things, then I don't give a damn how it sound. That last one, if it sound good. See, that sound is the last one I pay attention. I don't give a damn how it sound. If it don't fit them things, it could sound nice. If it don't have them first things in it, the quality and all that, then I still ain't gonna mess with it, even if it sound nice. That's me setting the standard for what I sample. And I started to notice that my sample beats take a different tone. They take a different turn. It took a different turn. It is because I started setting this. I used to be the one that was like, man, I can sample anything. Anything. No limits, no whatever, man. Whatever your pull heart could, you know. But it was a bunch of beats that was a hit and miss. Some of them sound tight, some of them sound like trash. And because I sampled anything. But the second I started putting that standard on my shit, what I sample, what I go get. You know, Knife Wonder said it the best. He said it the best. It's an old video on Knife Wonder. You got to pay attention. A lot of people gloss over this because they so worried about his beat making. You know, what he did with the beats and how he made the beat and all of that. But he said something in that video. I forgot what video it was. I wish I could bring y'all to it. But some of y'all probably remember it. It's a video that he made. And he was on the MPC 2500, I believe. Yeah, he was on the MPC 2500. Okay. And he was saying it was black. and he was sampling. And while he was sampling, he was talking. While he was doing it, he was talking. And if you're just looking at what he's doing, you're gonna miss what he said. You know. But he said sampling is hard. It's hard. That's why a lot of people don't fool with it that much. It's hard. It's hard to do because you got to construct something. You got to take something, take it apart, and then put it back together for the layman to understand it. That's the first thing he said, for the layman to understand it. The layman means that a person who doesn't know music production, who doesn't know, just a fan out there of music, who doesn't know the intricacies of how it's made, a fan out there of music. You got to piece that sample back and construct it to where that layman understand it. And they're going to jam to it just because they're a fan of music. You got to construct that back. See, that's the first thing he said. See, you got to pick apart. Now, if you're just watching what he did on the video, just his sample and what he was doing to the record, you're going to miss what he said. That's the first thing he said you got to pay attention to. You got to be able to deconstruct that thing. You get a sample, you got to be able to deconstruct it. That's you finding the pieces you want. And then you got to reconstruct it back to for the layman out there to vibe, to understand. To press play and jam to it. It's hard to do. Second thing he said sampling is difficult because it's a lot of mental homework you got to do to be a good to be a good sample-based producer. It's a lot of mental homework you got to do, and nobody don't want to do that when it come down to beat making. They don't want to do no home. They just want to have fun making the beats. They don't want to actually do the home. But he says a lot of mental homework you got to do. See, you got to pay attention to what he was saying, not just him making that beat. I was listening to what he was saying, not just him making a beat when he was talking. He was making a beat while he was saying that, but I was listening to what he was saying. He says a lot of mental homework you got to do. He said you got to do your research on the producers. You know, if you're sampling old school music or something like that, you got to do the research on the producers at that time, the era. That way you can understand the vibe they was on, so you can deconstruct it and then reconstruct it back into something else. You got to understand the vibe they was on. He said you got to understand, this a key. He said you got to know what you sample and what you don't. See? So just that dude telling you that lets you know, that person out there that's saying, "Ooh, man, I could sample anything." Just him saying that lets you know, yeah, watch out for that. See, because you got to know what you sample and what you don't. You got to know the records you sample and what you don't sample. You got to know that. You got to be able to know, nah, yeah, that right there, yeah. And even though they both sound good, nah, not that. See, you got to be able to know that. But again, that's the creative mind struggles with that, because the creative mind will say, shit, I could sample anything. Well, it's gonna be a hit and miss as if your beat sound good. It's gonna be a hit and miss. Sometimes you're gonna hit on shit, sometimes you're not. You know what I'm saying? But that's what, when he said that, that's what made me think about, you know, that yeah, you could actually sample the wrong shit. Even if you are a person that says, man, you can sample anything. No, you can sample the wrong shit. You can't. You know, my boy said you gotta take a lot of mental homework. You gotta know, you gotta do your research on the producers that did the record. You gotta do your research on that. Understand the vibe they was on, how they created it, what they created it with, the instruments they use, all that. Then you gotta understand, you know, what to sample and what not to sample. Even in a record, what piece of it to sample and what not to sample about the record. What record to sample, what record not to sample. You got to know that. You see what I'm saying? So all of that kind of played a part in me understanding, okay, wait a minute, even though sampling is creative, you could do anything with it. You got the freedom to chop and flip anything you want. Well, you better watch out for that. Be careful about that. That's what he let me know. Be careful about that. Your creative ass always want to touch everything and sample it. Nah, be careful about that. You know, start setting a standard for what you grab. That way these beats could start having some type of standard to them. You know, that let me know that, man. But the reason why we got into that talk is because that's what we're gonna be getting into today. You know, I got the morning to myself, man. So, you know, I decided to fire up the stew. Okay. Now a lot of people told me, even a few of y'all said it in here. You know, one time y'all asked me if I use Splice, you know, I do have Splice, and I got like I'd say over 20,000 credits on it, I would say. And the reason why, because I got it, but I don't use it. That's why I got all of it. I literally don't use it at all. Y'all pretty much have never seen me cook up a Splice. But a few people asked me about it. And then a few people in there asked me if I deal with Splice, you know, so I figured, you know what? Ableton has Splice integration in it. It has it inside of Ableton now. In one of the new updates, it's actually in Ableton now. You don't need the app no more. You just pull up Ableton, boom, you connect to Splice. Splice is in there. So I figured, why not mess with some of them things in there and see if we could chop and flip them like samples. See what I'm saying? Use them as samples, chop, flip them, do some stuff, mesh some stuff together. Probably do a sample mashup, you know, a bunch of samples all in one. You know, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably do it in different, you know, just depending on how many beats I make. I'm probably gonna do it all kind of different ways. Just for anybody that want to go back and watch this video afterwards, I'm gonna grab some stuff, you know, start with the sample, lay some stuff on top, you know, probably play some stuff on top. Some, you know, I'm probably gonna do one to where it's all samples. I don't do nothing, just a sample match to where it's all samples, flip everything. I'm probably gonna do one to where I started off from scratch and then I show y'all how to add samples in it. Do it the other way around, where you start off something and how to find stuff to put in it. You know, there's all different kind of ways you could do that to where you can make something vibe. Just depending on your workflow and how you get on. See what I'm saying? So I'm gonna try and do all of that in this video right here, all of it. And also, it's also gonna showcase the simplicity of sound, you know, how to keep it simple but still make it vibe. You know, a lot of boom bap songs, they don't have a bunch of stuff in it. Like when y'all see me make stuff from scratch, you know, I like to put instruments in my shit. I like them instruments to be dancing in my shit. Y'all know that. You know, I just know how to arrange it and keep everything nice to where it don't sound like it's busy. But I like when I do shit from scratch, y'all know I like instrumentation in my shit. I like vibes in my shit. But like boom bap records that I was making like long time when I first started making beats, that shit was just simple, man. You know, simple stuff. You know, so if we get into that, I'm gonna show you how simple it is to do it. You know, just some of the fundamentals, how simple stuff you gotta pay attention to all that. So we're gonna try and take care of all that in this video, just depending on my time. You know, I do have the morning to myself, so you know, for now. All right. So we're gonna get into all that, man. I hope y'all locked in. If y'all not, then pull up a chair. And yeah, man, we're gonna try and drop some more history on the YouTube channel, man, so everybody can go back and check that out. Okay, so this is one that I did that I was working on last night. I'm gonna start off with this one. This is one that I'm working on last night. I'm gonna show y'all this one right here. It's pretty much almost done, but I wanna arrange it. Like like I said, it's pretty much almost done, or it probably is done. But I just want to arrange it, you know, make sure everything vibe. Probably do a little light mixing, get a little rough. So I'm gonna show y'all what that sound like. This is the loop right here. Y'all can take that in. This is the loop right here. Okay, that's the sample right there. Okay. I mean, that's the beat right there. So pretty much, I'm gonna show y'all how it was made. I made it inside of the MPC, but y'all know I like to use the MPC inside of Ableton. So that's what I did, which I'm gonna do that today as well. I'll show y'all that as well. Y'all get to take that in. But this is any other track that says sequence came out of the MPC. So this is a sequence track right here. So this is a sample I drug in the MPC from Splice, chopped it up, and that sounds like this. Oh, I still have the MPC track. Let me show y'all that. Oh, I still got it. Normally I delete it, but it's still, for some reason, it's still in here. So I still got the MPC track running. Look, there it is. Bam. The track that the MPC is on. So let me show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all from right here. Let me solo just that track, just the MPC track. That way nothing else plays in Ableton. All right, so that means just the track that this MPC software is on, just that track is gonna play. And then I have multiple tracks in here. So the first track is track 1, which this is the sample sequence right here. This is the sample chops right here. Look. That's the different chops right there. All right, so this is the sample sequence that I came up with. Right, that's the first sample sequence I came up with, and then all I did after that was hit the drums. So that's the next spot. This is the drums right here. Right? So the drum sounds is just the kick, snare, hi-hat, another percussion sound. That's the crash, and that's a ride sound right there. A cymbal, a ride cymbal. So that's what I made right there, the drum pad. So that's the only 2 tracks I did in the MPC. Let me see, yeah, that's the only 2 tracks. So there's no other tracks, just the sample, just track 1, sample track, and then the drums, okay? After I did that, boom, I got everything out of here. I rendered the sample track out, bam, drug it into Ableton. So that's this sample right here, this purple track. The first track in the MPC, the sample track. Then I muted it in the MPC. Then I stemmed all of the drums out. Boom, 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 got that all down here. This is the drums down here. See, that's all of them right here. Boom, out of the MPC. Now I got the loop ready, okay? So after I did that in the MPC, let's close that out. Boom, okay. Let's mute the MPC. Make sure that don't play. Okay, this is the sample again right here that I drug in from the MPC. I played this on top of it. So this is the sample again right here out of the MPC. As the sample, and then I played this piano, this piano right here in the SRX. Good thing I have the names of the VSTs right here on the track. Y'all know I render everything out to audio once I play the MIDI. So, but I played these. This is the SRX piano, the rolling piano. So I played this on top of the sample right here. Right, okay, and then I played this E piano on top of the sample, this light blue track right here. Played this E piano on top of the sample right here. That's this right here. This is how this sounds. Okay, so with the beat, that sounds like this. Nice, okay. Then after that, I did this. This is out of the what is this? Okay, this is another splice sample right here. Another splice sample that I just drug this one into Ableton. I didn't put it in MPC. I drug it into Ableton, and then I switched around the chops a little bit. Just chopped it up in Ableton and switched the pieces around a little bit. All right, so that's this sample right here. It's like an atmospheric sound. Just for the atmosphere in the background. So when you play it with the piano, it sounds like this. See? So it provides like that atmosphere in the background. With the E piano, it sounds even nicer. Check it out. See? Right? Okay. And then I did a guitar right here. Did a guitar using the ample guitar, the semi-hollow guitar, because I figured this was like a funky kind of thing. So I used the semi-hollow guitar, played a few things on the keyboard with that. This is how this came out. Okay, so with the beat, that sounds like this. Right? Okay. Y'all feeling me on that? Y'all feeling me on that one? Okay. So let's hit it again. This is the next sample. This is like a saxophone kind of hit. And I put a wah-wah on it. I got this saxophone hit from Splice as well, but it just didn't sound right. It had the tone that I wanted, but it didn't sound right. So I just affected it, put a guitar pedal on it, put a little wah-wah on it, all that, and that came out like this. See? Put a little effect on it so it don't even sound like a sax no more. See? Sound more like a ambient effect. See? So that hits on the beginning of the sample. So that sounds like this. See? See what I'm saying? Okay, and that's all the instruments right there. That's all the bass line. Bass line, I use the bass guitar, obviously the PV bass guitar from Ample Guitar. I mean from Ample Guitar. The PV bass, that's this. Played this on the keyboard. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. So with the beat, that sounds like this. With all of the instruments, sounds like this. Love the bass line, bro. Okay, that's with the bass line. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, and then that's all of the instruments. That's all of them. It's all of the instrumentation. Okay, and then the drums is down here. The green and yellow and orange tracks. That's the drums. All these. Bam. So again, I showed y'all those already in the MPC. Same drums I just stemmed out and drug them in here. Same exact drums. So that sounds like this. That sounds like this. Oh yeah, I put a percussion sound there. The only thing I put is just this percussion sound. Just this percussion sound right here. Let me show y'all that. Yeah, that's not in the MPC software. I literally drug that in out of my sound, out of my drum kit, the Cerebral drum kit. I think that's all I put in. Let me see. Is this another one? Yeah, and this crash right here. I take that out of my Cerebral drum kit as well. Yeah, just those sounds came out of my drum kit, and then all the rest of the drums came out of the MPC. Boom. Cool. So this is what the beat sounds like all together. Everything. Boom. One more time. Let's play it. what I'm saying? So now what we got to do is, like I told y'all, what I'm gonna do is we now have to arrange this thing. So that's what I'm gonna do now. So let me get rid of all these unused tracks that I did use. Bam. Yep. Make sure all I got is just that. Okay. Boom. Okay. So let's arrange this thing real quick. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Like that. Boom. Okay. I think I'm gonna start off with just a little intro, and then we're gonna jump right into the hook. For this beat right here, normally I start off with the intro and then boom, jump into the verse. But we're gonna start off with an intro and then jump right into the hook, a pre-hook. So let's go ahead and make the verse. So let's mute all the drums right here in this part of the verse. Let's mute all the drums. Boom, we don't want those playing. Now we gotta figure out what instruments we're gonna play in the beginning right here. All right, so let's see. I don't want the bass to start. We need something else in there. It's left dry. Not that. Let's try this electric piano. Nah. Let's bring the guitar. Let's play the guitar. Let's do that. Yeah. Woo! I can even play that pad sound in there too. And don't worry, you guys. I have for all of you guys that asked, there's a few people that asked on my Instagram, on my DMs and Instagram. Few people, like maybe about 3 or 4 people asked me to help them out with arranging their beats. So the next live stream I do, that's what I'm gonna try and tackle on that live stream. It's gonna be like, I'm gonna show y'all like why I do all of this, like what I'm thinking about when I'm arranging, like what I want, you know. I'm gonna make the beat, then kind of instead of just explaining the beat, I'm explaining to y'all the arrangement, you know, like after I'm done making it, how I arrange it and why, what I'm doing to that beat. If certain beats I arrange a certain way, other beats I arrange it a different way, and it's just because of the vibe of the beat. So y'all gonna kind of get to take that in, what I pay attention to. That way y'all can kind of start piecing together what arrangements go with what. You know, sometimes our arrangement could kill a beat, man. Just because the arrangement you got don't fit the actual mood of the beat. They got some arrangement that follow a storytelling vibe because the beat have a storytelling kind of thing. And then they got some beats that's like up-tempo beats that just come out of the gate, just bam in your face, you know, see what I'm saying? So you got to arrange your stuff in a way to where it bring that out about the beat, whatever that particular beat is showcasing, you know, whether it's up-tempo, storytelling, whatever it is, any type, you know, melodic type of beat, you gotta arrange it to where it showcases that about the beat. It showcases that. And if you don't know how to do that, you could kill a good beat just simply because the arrangement is off. It don't showcase what the beat is about. It don't showcase it. You kind of hit it. You kind of buried it, what the beat is about. You know, so I'm gonna do that video. That's probably gonna be the next live stream I do, just for the people that ask me about that. Y'all gonna get to see what I pay attention to and why I arrange certain beats the way I do. So be on the lookout for that one coming up next. That live stream coming up next. Okay, let's keep going. So this is the intro right here. You know what I want to do? Let's see if I can bring them hi-hats in, like right here. See, something like that. Probably the crash too, right here. Let me bring the crash in, right? I think that's the crash. Yeah. This should be yellow. we're gonna cut off the instruments right here. And we're gonna let that guitar take it out like that. Just like that. And then it's gonna go right into the hook, the pre-hook. Oh, then it's gonna go right down to the verse like that. See how we getting somewhere? See how we getting somewhere? Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, now what's gonna come in next is the let's see, is the E piano, and I want a little bit of that guitar to play too, right? Like somewhere right here, just a little lick. Woo! Come on, man. I'm gonna let that guitar go right there. All right, and then I'm gonna do that little thing where it breaks, and then it picks up into the kick and the snare, like right here, something like this. Like this, boom, something like that. Take all these sound effects out. and then it hit the hook right there. Bam. Let's grab the hook from right here again. Bam. And the hook gonna be right here. See how we did that? Easy, easy, easy. All right, second verse coming up. Second verse coming up. Bam, we're gonna take this out right here. Let that hi-hat play. And then it's gonna do that. Woo! Come on. Yep. Yep. Woo! And it's gonna be the outro right here. It's gonna be the outro right here. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the beat right there. That's it. That's it. That's it. Let me put that beat tag on it. Put that beat tag on it. Put that beat tag on it. That's the arrangement right there, man. Just like that. Bam. We got it rocking just like that. Copy. Copy. Let's go. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it, see what we got, man. Let's listen to it, see what we got. Do we have a tight arrangement, man? Sometimes that's all it take right there, just a little bit of something. So we got, so how I did it is, how I did the arrangement is I got intro right here, this intro. Then I got it going into a pre-hook right here. Then I got the verse starting right here. Boom, 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 boom. This is the verse, right? That's the verse right there. All right. I'm sorry. This is the verse, right? My bad. Right? That's the verse. That's the verse right here. So we got bam. Intro right here. We got it go into a pre-hook right here. Right? Pre-hook right here. Then we got verse right here. Right? Bam. Then we got hook right here. Bam. Then we got second verse right here. Bam. And it goes into another hook right here. Bam. And then this is the outro right here. Bam. There it is. That's the beat right now. So let's check it out. Let's see what's up.
Purple World. Purple World made it.
Ooh. That's the beat. Bam. That's the beat. That's the finished beat, bro. That's the finished arrangement right there, man. See, like it don't really take that much, man. You know, don't really take that much for arrangement, man. You just gotta know the vibe of the beat and how you want to tell a story. See, this particular beat, I went with the pre-hook first. I want to jump straight out into the hook. You know, I didn't want to jump into the verse or anything like that. I want to jump straight out into the pre-hook. Then it go into the verses, boom, boom, boom. Then it hit the hook again right here. Then it got the second verse. If you know the second verse, I took all of the drums out. Just like kind of let it vibe in the second verse low. When the second verse start. Then it get ready. Then it break into the meat of the verse. Man. And also, man, also knowing arranging a beat also come with being able to listen to different genres of music and know like how somebody would deal with it. If somebody wanted to say something on it, you know, that help a lot to know how somebody would deal with it. You know, it helps even better if you actually could spit some lyrics on your own shit. It helps even better. You know what I'm saying? So I was an artist back in the day. You see what I'm saying? Like that's how I came into this game. You know, before beats, before anything, I was actually an artist. So being in when the I knew how to deal with beats, like the structure, how I wanted to be. I would even tell when the label would book me for my studio sessions. When the label would book me for my studio sessions, and I would get the beats, they would have the beats. I would go in to record, and I would purposely tell the engineer like, take this part of the beat, put it here, like chop it up right here, chop it right here, put this part of the beat right here, because I kind of knew how I wanted it to flow, but what I was about to do to it. See what I'm saying? So it kind of helped if you know how artists would deal with the beat. It helped to know that, you know. Now, you know, I don't really do that no more. You know, to be honest with you, I don't really do that no more, simply because I don't really make beats for artists no more. You know, like artists buy my beats, but I make the beats according to what I want and how I want it to sound, what story I want it to tell. So the reason why I'm distinguishing those two things is because just understand you don't have to be making beats for artists to tell a vibe with a story. You don't have to do that. You don't have to always think, how would an artist deal with this? How would an artist deal with it? How would an art? You don't have to think that all the time. You don't. To understand how to, as a matter of fact, sometimes that mess should beat up when you think like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, how would an artist deal with this? You know what I'm saying? How would an artist deal with this? You know, if you listen to the vibe of the beat, you're going to be able to tell that story. You're going to be able to tell it how you want that to operate. See what I'm saying? Sometimes you want 12 on that. You don't want 16, you want 12. You know, sometimes you don't even want 12. Sometimes you want it to be like a bridge in there. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna be able to tell, man. Do you mess with R&B beats? Yeah, I make pretty much all type of beats. I could make anything, damn near anything. You know, from R&B to rock and roll to, you know, club, hyper pop, hip hop. I could make pretty much anything. But R&B beats aren't what people request of me. I make what people, you know, I tend to make the things that grow my business. See what I'm saying? I tend to make the thing that grow my business, that actually, you know, that people actually gonna want to buy. So R&B beats ain't what people hit me up for. That's not what people are asking me for when they come hit me up. So that's why you don't really see me make too much. But I could make damn near anything, you know. Yeah. All right. That's it. That's the beat. Okay. Next. Let's go. Let's get a new project. Boom. Now there's gonna be one from scratch that we're gonna cook up, right? There's gonna be one from scratch that we're gonna cook up. So now we get to see it. We get to see it all go down. So the name of the video is going from Splice. Okay, so just in case y'all don't know, which y'all should know, that Splice is in Ableton now. You know. Now again, I don't really use Splice. Most y'all see me cook up shit from scratch most of the time. 90% of the time, y'all see me like make my melodies, all that stuff like that. But this video is because, you know, a few people told me, hey man, why don't you use Splice? See if you could mess with that inside of Ableton. No, they asked me to use Splice if I use Splice for my beats. That was asked to me like the last stream, the stream before that. I'm like, nah, I really don't fool with Splice too tough, you know, just because I like to make my shit from scratch. So it gave my idea, why not, being that Splice is inside of Ableton, you know, why not make a stream? Why not do a stream with what we could do with Splice inside of Ableton? What's possible with it? You know? Of course, I'm gonna make it my own. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna grab some stuff out of here. I'm gonna make it my own. You know how I get on. We got the MPC on deck too, like we did at the last beat. So it's gonna be a lot of that going on in this. All right. So the first one I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna start off with the sample. We're gonna grab something out of here, listen to it, get a vibe for it, and boom, boom, boom. We're gonna see what we can do with it. All right. So I really don't know what I'm searching for. If I'm gonna search for Can I do genre? Oh. No, we ain't gonna do genres. Okay. Top genres, hip hop, top instruments, drums, synth, percussion, keys. Okay. So I guess let's just look for some keys. See if we can, it ain't gonna be no genre or nothing. We just gonna kind of look for a good vibe and see if we can get some. Kind of like we searching through a record, I'm gonna hit on something that I just like and something that I'm gonna just, I'm a vibe with. Let me look up some electric piano stuff, man. Some piano stuff. Let me type that in. Let's see if it gives me some vibes. Oh, okay. See, that's what I'm saying. Oh, wait, whoa. Bring that back. Stop playing. Bring that back. Okay. Kind of like that, no? I kind of like that right there. Kind of like that. Let's see if we can start off with that. Okay, let's grab that, drag that in here. We're gonna see if we can start off with that. Okay, let's pull up the MPC. We're gonna chop it up in the MPC. Let's give myself another track. Go here to my favorites, type in MPC. Right there, there it is. Let's click on that, pull that up, pull up the MPC software. And then because we dragged it into Ableton like that, we can now drag it out of Ableton into the MPC software like that. Boom. And then what I usually do is I just mute it in Ableton. Mute the sample in Ableton like that, the way I don't hear two of them. And now I can deal with it in the MPC. So let's do that. Let's see how we can roll with that. All right. There we go. I want y'all to be able to see it. So I got a little screen up there. Put a little screen up there for y'all to see. So I can kind of see what's going on. So the reason why I played it like that is like I'm doing the same thing. I like the quality of this. It's nice and full. It has a very, very nice, rich tone. I like that about it. So that's what I was locking into. When I just let it loop like that, I would just take it in the quality of it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely gonna deal with that. I like the bottom end of it, very, very hefty. All of that I like about it. I'm even gonna pitch it a little bit. Let's see if I can pitch it. Let me see if I can slow it down some. I'm gonna slow it down some. So I'm gonna go to time stretch. Put this in 32 like that, or 64 like that. New tempo, let's do 150. Do it. There we go. Let's go. Let's chop that up. Let's chop it up. Let's get it. Here we go. Shift, convert, do it, bam, got the program, let's go. So what I was doing is I was picking some very, very specific chops about the sample. This I wanted, definitely wanted this. This I wanted. This. That I wanted. This I wanted. That I wanted. That. And I wanted two like that. See, so I split that chop up. I could have just kept that as one chop, but I split it up. This is one. This is the other one. So one has the attack on it, and the other one doesn't. Same sound, but it don't have the attack. So I purposely did that, and y'all gonna see why. See, so that's what I mean that I was talking about how to, you know, like when I chop a sound, it's specific things that I'm going to get. So that's not me just chopping the sample up on 16 different slices. That's not what I just did. I literally put pieces on the pad that I want from all in the sample, getting certain pieces I want. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I meant by at the beginning of the stream. If you set a standard to what you then just don't grab anything and try and sample it. Like go in the record, go in the sampler and try and pick out some actual pieces. See? That's what I'm saying? It's going to enhance your vibe. Like I already know how I want this to sound. I already know just from listening to them chops. See what I'm saying? So let's set the tempo in Ableton. Let's do that. Let's turn on the metronome, hit play. I want that to be a little faster, so I'm gonna go to Ableton, increase the tempo. Something like that. See what I'm saying? That's how we gonna get it. That's how we gonna get it. Okay, so I'm gonna go inside the software real quick and we're gonna mess with some of these chops, man. Let's go to program edit right here, and I'm gonna highlight all of the pads like this. That way, whatever I do is gonna be done to all the pads, and we're gonna kind of raise up the attack. Nice, nice, just like that, boom. Nice, 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 just like that, bam. See what I'm saying? All right. So this one right here, I'm gonna go back to single, to single chops right here, and I just want to affect this pad right here because I want to take off more of the attack. See? It's too loud. It's too loud with the attack. And I'm gonna turn down the volume of the pad. I'm gonna turn down the level of that pad right here. So I'm gonna turn down the level right here. See? So there we go. Boom. See what I'm saying? So now when I hit this pad, I can go straight up there. Then go back to 1. See? Boom, boom, boom. See? Boom, boom, boom. It was too loud. That pad right here, too loud. So it's gonna go. See? That's gonna be the turnaround of the sample sequence. Then back to 1 right there. All right, so let's get it. Let's lay down a sample sequence now that I got the chops good. Let's do it. There we go. Hold up. undo, 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 undo. Nice, look at that. Woo! See? Boom, boom, boom. Got the sample sequence. Okay, so check this out. I'm gonna go inside Akai Effects, and I'm gonna grab the analog, the analog delay. Wherever that is. Delay analog sync right there. Bam. Woo! Come on. That's what I need right now. That's what I need. Okay, so we're gonna hit the render right here. Bam. Let's render that. Export that audio like that. Bam. And then we're gonna mute the track like that. That way I don't hear it. And then we're gonna drag the audio out to a audio track in Ableton. Let me get my Control T. Make that blue. That's gonna be our main sample right there. Boom. Bam. That's our first one enabled. So now I can close this up because I muted it. Go inside of here, hit warp, then take it back, then hit warp again. Turn warp on, turn warp off, then turn it back on. Now it should be in tempo. That's our sample chop right there, enabled. So good to go. I'm sorry, y'all didn't even see none of that. My bad. Y'all didn't even see none of that. Let's do that again. Let's do that again, just for y'all that missed it. All right, I was inside of the MPC, right? Inside of the MPC, this is where I lay down this is the sample sequence right here, right? There it is. I put this analog delay on there, right here. This analog delay on there. That's what y'all saw. I mean, that's what y'all missed. The analog delay on there. Boom. All right, so the mission is to get this out of the MPC, right here, these chops, this audio out of the MPC software into Ableton. So all you do is just go up here, hit this render button right here, this export audio button right here in the corner. Boom, it's gonna export the track, right? And then I hit mute because I don't want to hear this anymore. Once I drag it out, I don't want to hear the MPC software anymore, this track. So I hit mute. That way, when I drag it out of the MPC into Ableton, this track is already muted. It doesn't play twice, here and in Ableton. So I muted the track. Now I can drag it out because it's sitting up there, right here, in the audio tab, in the audio button right there, sitting up there. Drag it to Ableton like that. Bam. I can close this up because I muted the track, so I can close it. Not gonna hit that anymore. Double click on the file right here. Hit warp. Undo warp, and then hit it again and warp it back, and it should be right here in tempo. There it is. That's my audio file inside of Ableton, ready to go. Right? Okay, so we're gonna work with that. Let's make another copy of that. Control D. We're gonna put some EQs on that mug, and we're gonna do our thing with it. Get that shit ready to do some stuff with it. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it like this or not. I don't know, but we're gonna see. We're gonna kind of just work with it and see what's up. Let's trust the process. Let's see. Let's just do what we do, and we're gonna trust the process on it. All right, I'm gonna drag this EQ to both of these tracks. Come on, give it to me here as well. There we go. So now I got an EQ on both of the tracks. All right, so we got bam. We got low on the left, high on the right. Okay. So let's deal with the low first. Let's solo that track. We're gonna deal with the low first. Let's solo that. That's this one right here. I want the low end. Woo! Nice. Nice. Right, and then I'm gonna put a compressor on that as well, kind of tame them peaks a little bit. Nice. Okay, now this EQ right here, that was the low one right here. This EQ right here is on the second track. That's gonna be the high. Okay, we're not gonna need this one no more. This is gonna be the high. So let's do this like this. Bam, cut out all of the lows, all of this right here like this, everything out. And then we're gonna play the low track like this, and then we're gonna play the high track along with it and start bringing that back in. Bringing the highs back in to make a full sample. See? All right. So I'm gonna use this compressor right here. This one right here for the high track. Where is it? Holy shit, I lost it. Where is it? Where is it? Come on. We're gonna use this one because this one has a vintage mode that I like. Right here. So the vintage mode is right here. Turns the knobs brown. Hold up. Wrong one. It's supposed to be on here. There we go. On there. There we go. All right. So I'm gonna squash it until I don't hear it anymore. All I'm gonna hear is just the low end. And then I'm gonna start bringing it back. Let's go. All you hear is just the low end now. I'm gonna start bringing it back. I'm bringing the high end. There we go. High end right there. All right, so check out how this is gonna go. Let me make this a different color. That way y'all can see what's going on. Dark blue and light blue, okay? So if you grab both of these, extend them, this is how this is gonna go. Check it out. First of all, yeah, we good. Okay, if I bring this like this, it's gonna play low track, then it's gonna go into the high track along with the low track to make a full sample. So let's go, let's check it out. Oh. See? You know what I'm saying? Then back to the low. Just like that. See what I'm saying? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right, so we're in, what are we in? We're in G sharp, I think. G sharp minor? Yeah, G sharp minor. There we go. Okay, so now what we can do is we can start playing a few things. So let's see if we can grab like an E piano. Let's see if we can do that. grab an E piano and see if we can lay something underneath that. Just a little something, you know, nothing much, because we already got like a nice little sound here. Right, let's get it. like that. Now I want to lay a piano on underneath that. Woo! I want to leave some bottom notes underneath that. Let's go with this. Let's see if we can put like a little top line on that, maybe. Just a little top line on that. Just a little top line on it. Top line on it. You know, a little something, little something, little something. Some. How about another piano? Let me use a different one. Let me use a different one. Let's play it again. Let's play it again. Let's play it again. Hold on. Let's just move that over here. I might want to use it, but let's just play it again. Play it one more time. Let's do a Come on, man. Come on. Stop playing. Load. Come on, man. I'm gonna render out all these MIDI files to audio. All of these gone. Now let's go get some drum. Let's go get some room. Let's go get some rooms. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's go back in the Splice and let's see if we can get some drums from Splice, man. Let's see if we can get some drums. Let's look up let's look up let's look up let me move my camera out of the way so y'all can see what I'm doing. I forgot my camera was big like that. Okay, so I'm in Splice right here. I'm in Splice right here. Bam. We're gonna kind of look up some drums. Just look up some what you call the drums. Let's look up some tape drums. I can use that one. I can use that one. So let's drag that one in. So what I do is I drag it in from here like this, put it on the track, bam. There it is down here on the track. There's a sample down here, and then I can drag it straight to the MPC software like this. So I can give myself another track, control right bracket, bam, give myself another track, go here, give myself another program right here, clear out the pads, like so. Now I'm ready to start dragging. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get it. So I can go drag this sample right here that I just put in here from Ableton right here. Drag it straight to the pad like that. Bam. That's in the MPC right there. And then I can delete it right here. Boom. I always let you drag straight from Splice into the MPC, but it doesn't. As you can see, you can't. See, I can't drag straight from Splice, but I can drag it into Ableton like this and then drag it into the MPC, see? So that's what we're doing, okay? Just in case y'all didn't know, okay? So I can use this I can use that drum sound right there. I want to layer with another one. Oh, that's nice. Let's get that one. And let's layer that one. Nice. Let's get a kick. Get a kick, right? Oh, I like that low end on that one right there. Let's grab that one. Delete this one. We don't need that. Grab this kick right here. I like that low end on that one right there. Let's see if we can get one with a mid. Let's get that one right there. That's gonna give me a mid right there. Drag that to Ableton. Oh, that one's even better. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's go back here. Bam, and drag that in there. Need that one right there. Bam. Yep. 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 And then we get something with a little high end. Just a little high into it. There it is right there. Boom. There it is. That's the one. Like that, drag it here, and then drag it out of there and layer it here. Bam. Woo! Okay. Bam. Okay. Not gonna need that here anymore, so let's get rid of that. Bam. Delete. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. Let's bring all these levels down right here. First one. I want that bottom in right there. Want that bottom in right there. Mid right here. Bring that level up. Right there. And then I want this one to be the high end. Woo! Let's do the snare too. Drop down these levels like this. I want this one to be the low end right here. And let's bring this one in. Woo! Let's go. I got my kick and my snare like that. Let's get a hi-hat. Come on, man. Well, I like that. I like that. Let's put that in here. Let's just grab that one. I like that. I like that one right there. Don't know what I'm gonna use that for, but let's just keep that. Give me a high. Give me a nice one. I like that one. I think that's gonna be my main one right now. Drag that in right there. Bam. Get rid of that. Yup. I can go use my own drums, but I'm just trying to see what drums they got this place. Which I don't really like them. I don't really like them. Oh, look, I like that right there. That's nice. That's nice. I like that. Let's get that right there. Yup. Yup. Can I get a riot sound too? Maybe something like that. that. Delete. See what we can do with that. All right, let's see what we can do with that. Load up the level on that. Maybe a semitone. Oh, take that attack off. There we go. There we go. 16 level. Boom. get a crash. That might be good. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, 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 go. Damn, that shit going hard, bro. I'm feeling that vibe, man, for real, man. Like I say, man, if you just take the time out to get your samples nice and good, let's get them drums out of here, man. We're gonna get this whole track out of the MPC, man. You know, Splice came through, but I'm not really too fond of them drums, but you know, we're gonna take it. It was a hit and a miss, but we're gonna take it. I was trying not to go in my own drum cacks. I just wanted to get all the drums out of Splice just to see what they got to offer. But it's kind of like a hit and miss though, but you know, yeah, we got it kind of popping a little bit. But you know, if I'd have did my own, if I'd have just went my own drum kit, then yeah, it would have been on. But you know, we're trying to see what we can get out of this thing. We're trying to see. They said try Splice. They said try Splice. So I'm gonna try Splice. That's what they said. They said try Splice. So I'm gonna try. All right, we got to get all these sounds out of here, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get with it. Let's get with it. All right. So we're gonna need a few audio tracks. So let's hit Control T. So let's see how many audio tracks we're gonna need. Bam, let's go to the drum. So we need 1, 2. Wait, hold up. I need to see the grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need 7 tracks. So let's go to Ableton, hit Control T 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. First 2 gonna be kick and snare. So let's do those green. Pop. Then we got ride, crash. So we got two percussion sounds. Wait. So really just 1 percussion sound. So I need 4 yellow tracks, 1 orange one. 4 yellow tracks, 4 yellow tracks, 1 orange one. There it is right there. Bam, it all fall in sequence. Let's go. Let's get them out. So the way we do that is we just simply solo this track. That way nothing else plays. Solo the drum track. Right? Remember, our melodies are playing in Ableton. That's why y'all hearing the melodies are playing in Ableton. Drums is playing in MPC software. So we want to get all of these drums out on their own individual tracks into Ableton. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, so I use the solo right here on my pads. See the pads right here? See if you click on the tracks right here, but you got the mute solo right here. So I'll solo the kick just to make sure nothing else plays. We're all playing the kick right now, see? That way when I render it, all it's gonna render out is the kick on that track. So I hit this button right here, bam, render out the kick like that. Pop, pop, drag that down, slide that over here like so. Bam. Boom, bada boom. We got the kick track in there like that, all right? Then we go back, unmute this one, mute the snare right there. Right? Snare, right there. We hit the render audio button again, bam. Boom, drag that in right there. That's my kick and snare, right? Then we go to the next one, which is the hi-hat track right there. Solo that one. How I'm clearing this render audio button up here, this red button, how I'm clearing it so fast is all I'm doing is holding control and right bracket to change tracks. If you change tracks, it's gonna clear it. See, it's clear now. So all I'm doing is just going to the next track, which is track 3, unused, and then I go back to the drum track. So it's gonna clear that button up here, that render audio button up here. See, and then you can do it. You can hit it again. Bam. So now that's my hi-hats on that now. So I can drag my hi-hats out. That's the first hi-hat right there. Bam. Right. Then come back. Okay. Next track is gonna be. Next track is gonna be this sound right here, which that's a perk sound right there. That's my perk sound right there. So I'm gonna hit right bracket, boom, over it again to clear it, and then hit the render audio button, bam, and put that on my orange track, which is my perk track. Down here, bam, right? And then I got 3 other sounds left, and 3 yellow tracks in the middle. So that's these 3 that's left. Bam. That's one right there. Clear it. Hit a render button. Bam, hit it again. And that's how you get it out real quick like that. Put that here like that. Then this one right here. That's the crash. Let's render that one out. Bam, render that one out like that. Render the crash out. Let's put this one right up top of here. Put the crash last. Right there. Boom, crash is there. And then this one right here. We got this one left. That's our ride sound right there. So let's clear it. Bam, back and forth. Hit it again. That's our ride sound right there. Which we can put, let's put our ride sound at, let's put our ride sound right above the crash. Right here. Bam. Okay, now I got all of that done. Bam. All of the tracks is good to go. I go ahead on and mute the drum track. Make sure I go back to the sample track. Make sure that's muted as well. So now I'm not going to hear anything playing out of MPC software at all because both of my tracks are muted. So I can close that. I got all of my drums in here plus the sample, everything good to go. So what I do is I grab all of my drums like this, anything that I exported in. Okay, hold shift and double click on one of them. That means they're all highlighted. See how they all red? Bam, they're all highlighted. So whatever I do down here in Ableton is going to do them to all of them. That's why we held shift and we click one of them. Okay, again, let me do that one more time for y'all. You'll highlight all of the tracks. See, highlight them all. Any ones you want, hold shift and you just click on one of them. Double click on one of them. Double click, not click, double click. See, it's going to keep them highlighted, but it's going to pull up your audio tab right here. So now you can warp and unwarp them all. So I hit unwarp, boom. See how it stretched them all out, and then I hit warp again. Bam. So basically what that's for is to do that warp to all of them. It's going to do it to all of them at the same time instead of doing them to one at a time. See, I would have to do, if I was to do one at a time, I would have to do this. double click on the first one, hit warp, then unwarp, then double click on the second one, hit warp, then unwarp. See what I'm saying? I have to do them all like that. But to save that, again, you just boom, highlight them all like that, all of the tracks you want, hold shift, click on one of them, and it's going to open it up for all of them. And then you just hit warp and unwarp. All of them taken care, all of them good to go. So they all should be ready to go. There it is. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Everything is all good to go. Now we need a bass line, right? We need a bass line. Let's go ahead on and grab a bass guitar. Let's use the PV bass again. Bass guitar. We're going to this pink track up here where we're going to lay down our bass line right here. Right? Let's just play some shit and see if we can get something. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Really, it's just 2 notes, man. Just 2 notes I'm playing. Let's see something real quick. Let's see something real quick. Let's lower that to the bass octave. Woo! Let's run that out. Let's run that out. Let's run that out. Appreciate that, James Jacks. What's up, man? What's good with you, baby? Come on. Right? So now we can take the drums. We can take our drums, right? And we can duplicate them underneath our beat like that. And we can take our bass line and duplicate it like that. And now we have our full beat. Check it out. Okay, so wait, the intro is up here. So let's mute that. The intro is right there. Let's take these drums out for the intro too, right? Boom, this is the intro. There we go. Let's go. Woo! Come on, bruh. Come on. Come on, nah. Why y'all gonna do that to me like that? Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Shit, you know I'm about to put that worm on there. You know I'm finna do it. Come on. I want this to stop off right here. Let's get rid of some of this. Let's go. Cut them hi-hats out right now. Oh, nope. Let's cut everything out like that. Let's go. second verse. Check out the drums. I want that piano playing right now. I hear that piano playing. The top melody. Let's get at a little bit of booze. Just a little bit of booze. Just a little bit of booze. What's up? This world needs a hero. What's happening, man? Appreciate you pulling up, man. Thanks for that, man. I see you. Let's get at a little. Nice. And then let's go ahead on and hit it with the comeback head. I'm just taking care of the top line melody. Woo! Come on, bruh. How y'all gonna do me like this, man? Y'all just gonna handle me like this, bruh. Let's go and splice and see if we can find a vocal. Let's see. Y'all know we pull everything. We sampled everything was played. Let's go find a vocal in Splice. I don't know how we gonna do it, but let's do it though. I don't know. No result. Remove all filters, man. I ain't got no vocal. I ain't got no vocal. I ain't got no vocals up in there. What's good with it? See, Sean? Oh, there we go. There we go.
125 minutes.
Love me like never get already. If you're gonna break my tell me why. Tell me why. I've been trying to bring all the water.
Let's change the genre to like R&B or something. Oh, okay. Shit, let's go with that. Pull that up in y'all. Shit, let's take that and move that right here. Shit, let's cut that right here. Boom, we're gonna chop up this vocal right here. Ooh, come on, man. Let's do this like this. Let's cut this, get rid of that right there. We're gonna cut this right here, and then we're gonna extend that out like this. And do this. Woo! Let's extend it out some more. Come on, man. Come on, man. And then we're gonna Control J that, join it together like that. Bam, we chopped that vocal up nice like that. All right, now we're gonna hit it with a little compressor right here. Tame them peaks in it. Let's go. Where is that? Hit with a little bit of this right here, right out the gate. Bam. Input vintage. Bam. Let's see if we get a little bit of this. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Then let's filter it. Let's filter it. Let's filter it. A little bit of this. I want this one to be the stereo. This EQ right here. And then I'm gonna layer with another EQ. Put that in mids right here. And take that out this way. Oh, that's nice. Damn. And then I can go use this one as the volume right here. So I can bring the volume up to whatever is missing. Go back. I can go back to the compressor and sharpen up the vocal a bit. Right. And then we could kind of smooth it out with this right here. And I'm gonna get this right here. We're gonna go down to plates, and we're gonna give it a nice little small plate, like thin plate, like that. And that's gonna fit nicely for when the delay hit it. Right. Now let's put the delay on there after that, like that. Nope, wrong one. Get that off of there. Come back here like that. Oh. Change the side. Damn. All right, let's put that in a hook right here and in a hook right here. Okay, and then we gonna kind of take it and put it in the second part of the intro. So it's gonna start off like that. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's put the B tag on that and call that a wrap, man. You know what I'm saying? Like we went in on that one, bro, for real. We did some damage on that one. I like the smooth vibe, you know, I like to just lay back, chill kind of vibe. You know, give me like that old school nostalgic kind of feel, but still retro. You know? All right, let's check it out. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up.
Purple world. Purple world made that.
I don't know, man. Wait, whoa. I want that vocal to play a little bit in somewhere in here, man. Let's stop the beat. Let's stop the beat and see where we could put this vocal up in here, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing that vocal just kind of hit a little bit, you know? So let's copy this. And see what we're gonna play. Right here, maybe. And then do the right there. Cut this like that. Do the right there. I want this right here to hit again. Copy that. And then make that hit again right there. So I'm gonna do it like this. So I'm gonna do it like this. Take this out like this. Do this like this. Bam. Then I'm gonna take this like this. We're gonna grab this like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And we're gonna move this like that. I think that does it. I think that does it. I think. Let's see. Let's see.
Purple world.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I forgot. We definitely gotta get this rocking. You know, we gotta get this rocking. My bad, y'all. My bad. I'm gonna play the beat in a minute. Let me just quarterback this thing right here. Let me quarterback. Can't do shit without getting these drums together. You know what I'm saying? Let's not even go there. You know what I'm saying? Let me quarterback this for him, man. Let me quarterback. Damn. Then we're gonna take all of this right here, all of this like this, right? And we're gonna hit Control G, put that all in the group, make that white. think that's it. All right, let's check this thing out, man. See what's up with it. 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 I think we got it.
Purple world. Purple world made it.
Woo! Yeah, that's right there. That's right there. I like that. 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 That's like some good old fashioned groove music right there, man. That's what you call that. That's that good old fashioned groove music, man. You know what I'm saying? That's that groove music. Matter of fact, that's what we gonna call it. That's that groove music right there. That's that groove music. That's that good old fashioned groove music. 182. Piano. Yeah. Just saving it. Good. Got it. 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 New project. New project. All right. Okay. So we started off with the sample first on that one. Now what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna play a little something. We're gonna play something in here, and then we're gonna kind of mess with it a little bit, and then see if we can find something to put on top of it. Do it the other way around. You know what I'm saying? Let everybody know it can be done that way if you want to do it that way. So I'm gonna get a little vibe going. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know. Let's grab let's grab shit. I don't know. Let's grab Dune, man. I ain't mess with Dune in a minute. I ain't mess with Dune in a minute. Let's see what Dune got to offer. I remember they got some cold ass synth basses in here. I remember that. So quite possibly we could get with one of those, maybe. You know, let's see what's up. Let's see what it do. What it do. What it do. What it do. Nah, we ain't trying to make no dance shit. We ain't trying to do that right now. Trying to make no dance shit right now. None of that. None of that. Something like that, maybe? Something like that, maybe? Oh, perfect tempo. I don't know if that's gonna stay like that, but you know. I don't know if that's gonna stay like that, but you know. Front line every time a song. again. Let's play again. Come on, man. I keep hitting the wrong note. right, man. All right. Let's go on Splice. Let's go on Splice and see if we can get something to match to what we did. We lay down our own shit. Now we gonna go in Splice and see what it do. I think I'm in F sharp minor. I think that's what I played it in F sharp minor. I believe. I think we're gonna check it in just a minute. Let's see.
Time light it up.
Or is it an F minor? I think it's F minor. Might be an F minor.
You're mine.
Go some.
Some R&B vocals, genre, R&B shit.
Love the way you get.
Oh, that might be one. Yep, let's just do that. Let's just loop that over again. Let's do that. Like that. Okay. I like that. Okay, let's do let's see if we can get like some type of instrument going on off up in here. I don't know what, but let's just see. Mm-hmm. F minor.
Don't go.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm finding shit on my way up. I like that vocal too. Let's do that. Let's get, oh shit, wait a minute. Not that. Let's get that one. I'm nervous. Look, I can't even grab it. I'm nervous. Thank you. Give me that. Whoa! Let's put that over here in the second half right here. I kind of like that. Let's see if we can work with that. Let's see if we can work with that. Let's take that over here and let's go here and let's reverse it. So let's take this piece right here. And then we're going to put that somewhere over here like this. Let's do that. Let's do that. Bam. I like that. What's up? What's up, Jason Helps? What's happening, man? Appreciate the shout out, dog. What's going on with you, man? Hopefully everything is good with you. We working, we getting in, we working. We just going through Splice, man, kind of seeing what's up with this Splice Ableton integration, you know. Oh, shit. I might need to chop that up in the MPC. We might need to do that in the MPC. Let's do that in the MPC. Let's go ahead on, get it. We're gonna put that in here first, like so. Then we're gonna go grab the MP. Might need to put that in the MP and get a little something out of that. Let's do it. Bam, MP, there we go. Bam, bam, bam. Right, then we're gonna take this, drag this in from Ableton like that. Then we're gonna mute it here so we don't hear it. And we're gonna see if we can rock with something in here. Let's see. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna process that and I'm gonna slow it down just a taste. Time stretch. 32. Let's go 16. Let's go there. Let's go 1. Let's go 165. Let's go 165. Do it. There we go. Then we're gonna take this like that. And we're going to put this all the way back here like so. Let's take a little bit of that volume. I process, go to volume. Go to gain change right there. Gain change. Take a little bit of that volume. All right. Gain change. Let's get that volume down maybe about 6. Do it. There we go. There we go. All right, now let's chop these pieces up right here. No, I'm gonna need that. Want that. Want that. Definitely want that. That too. That too. That too. There we go. Shift, convert, do it, bam. Got my chops. Let's play it and see what we can get from it. Something like that. Something like that. Maybe I could kind of do something with it like this. And do it again right here. But lower the velocity a little bit like this. Something like that. Something like that. Oh, bam, go to attack. Right. Yep. Boom. Delay, sync, analog. Delay, analog, sync. Let's get it. Yep. Okay, let's hit the render button on that. Bam. Then we're gonna mute it. Bam. Give ourselves another audio track right here. And drag that in. Bam. Close up the MPC. Double click on this. Unwarp and then warp again. We got it. There it is. Put an EQ on that. MPC. Let's get some drums going on. Let's get some drums going on. Boom, bam. Need a new program. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go back to Splice. We got the drums from Splice the last time, man. I didn't like not messing with my own drums, bro. I didn't really like that, but you know, shit. Let's just do it one more time. I really didn't like. I really didn't like not having my own drums, bro. I really didn't like that too tough, bro. Like, so I'm just letting y'all know that I didn't take to that too kindly. I like that one right there. Let's get that one. I like that one. Bam, I like that one. I like that one. Delete that. Oh, there we go. See if we can finesse that a little bit. All right. We can start off there. We can start off there. Let's get a kick. Let's get a kick from Splice. Type in kick. Got a few things I could deal with. A few things. You know, but like I say, I really, you know, we gonna really ain't vibing not using my own drums though, but you know, we're gonna make it do what it do. That could be like mid right there. That could be mid right there. That could definitely be mid right there. That could be mid. That could be low end right there. Definitely low end right there. Bam. All right, we're gonna lay it underneath that. That could be low end. Got that one. Delete that one. All right. I need something that's a little high pitch. That could be it. That could be it right there. That could be it. That could be it. That could be it. A little high pitch. Bam. Put that on the top. Bam, bam. All right. And then delete that. Let's get a hi-hat, right? Let's get a hi-hat. Okay, let's get a hi-hat. Let's go ahead and click a different one right here. Oh, 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 oh. I like that. I like that. I like that. Bam. Let's grab that. Put that right here, maybe. All right. Oh, love that. Love that. Definitely that. That's the one. That's the one right there. That's it. Oh, just pitch that down some. Maybe one more. I can lay that down right now. I can lay that down right now. Shoot, we might as well. Let's not even wait on now. 16 level. Bam. Close. Let's do that. Let's grab that one too. I like that one. I like that one. I like that one. get that kick in order. Gotta get that kick in order. Slow all of these. Lower them all. We're gonna do low. Low first. Right. Nice. Mid. I need a heavier one, man. I need a heavier kick. I need a heavier kick for this beat. That bass is too thick. The kicks ain't working. Something like that. Something like that. Let's do that. Let's do that right there. Let's put that one down at the bottom right there. Bam. Let's mix that one in there. Turn down this one right here. Turn down this one right here. This one. Ooh. That's what I'm talking about. Now I can pitch this one up. Oh yeah, let's play the beat. Let's play the beat. Play the beat. Play the beat. That's it. That's it. That's it. Yikes! We need a open head, man. We need a open head. We need a open head for this one right here. We do. Let's play the beat, play the beat, play the beat. Play the beat, play the beat. There it is. Woo! Oh, I like that. I like that too. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get this one. Let me get this one. Crash. 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 Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. Right. Now let's get them sounds out of it. Let's get them sounds out of it. Let's get the sounds out of that. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. We got some work to do. We got some work to do. All right. Let's solo our drum track. Solo. All right. Boom, 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 boom. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 8 tracks. We need 8 tracks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom, boom, boom. This is gonna be green. These are gonna be yellow. Yellow. Right. And I think we got 2. That's gonna be perk. So you got 2 perks. Let's get it. Kick first. So let's hold the kick. Boom. Go over here. Hit this button right here. Bam. Grab the kick. Throw that up top of here like so. Come back here. Clear that out. Wait. Hold up. Wrong one. Kick right here. Right there. Kick. Render that out. Throw that up top of here like that. Bam. Got that one. Then the snare. Clear it out. Hit the snare right here. Boom. Bam. Clear it out. Then we're going to go hit the, what is this? I think that's the open hat right there, right? Yep, that's the open hat. Let's hit render. Open hat is going to be down here somewhere. Right next to the crash, I believe. All right, next is that's the main hat right there. Clear it out. Render. Bam, main hat goes right here. Bam, right, clear it out. Then we got, what we got next? We got this right here, which is, that's our perk sound right there. So let's hit render right like that. Put that on one of them. This is supposed to be orange like that. Put that on one of these, whichever one. Bam, bam, right. And then we got whatever this is right here. What is that? That's another hat we got. Let's clear it out. Hat. Bam. Give me that hat right there. Right. Let's put that hat up here. Boom. That way we can get the crash right there. Okay. And then we got what we got right here. What is this? Is that another perk sound right there? I think that's another perk sound right there. I don't know what it is, but it's in there. It's in the beat. So that's going to be down here at our last orange track right here. And then we should have one more sound, which is right here. And that's our crash. Clear it out. And bam. And our crash is going to go right here. That's all of our drum sounds. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drum sounds. There they go. They're all done. Boom. And then we're going to mute the track. Make sure the other one is muted as well. That way we don't hear nothing in the MPC. Got all the tracks. Grab all of the audio like this. Bam, hold shift, double click. And that way I can unwarp them and warp them all at the same time. Bam, bam. And we should have our drums playing. Let's go. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's all our tracks right there. We need some other shit though. Oh man, I didn't even render these out, bro. Let's render these out. Render this audio out right here. And my bass too. I gotta render my bass out too as well. To audio. Still got the MIDI running. Got all of them drums out of the MPC just like that. Bam. Quick, just like that. Delete. Then we wanna bounce the bass audio. Got the bass, we good. I think we good. So we're gonna do with these drums right here. need like a pad sign. Let's go back to Splice and see if I can put a pad sign up. I will play it, but remember we using Splice. We trying to use a few samples. We trying to see if we can get a vibe from the Splice and the Grace and see how it works. So let's go grab a. Let's just type in pad and see what we get. I don't even think that's the key. I like that. Let's see if we can grab that, put that right here. Take this out right there and duplicate. Take this out right there and duplicate this over again. Bam. Give me that right there. Bam. Now let's spice that up a little bit. Let me hit just this right here. Spice that up a little bit. Let's go get the EQ. Take out some of the mids of that. And the highs right here. All right, then we're gonna go grab this EQ. Bring that up, take this down. Put that underneath the compressor. Let's take some vintage verb and put that on the ambient right here. Yep, and then we're gonna take that and put a delay on that. Stretch that out some, bring up the feedback, duck this down, bring this up a little bit, boom. Shit, bam, bam. Whew. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about. Is that a song? appreciate that. BR Hudson, what's up, man? What's up, Pride by Asi? Pride by Aki? We getting it in. Mm. I missed the beginning. As far as you dropping the stems to Ableton, do you explode the drum track from MPC Beats first? I'm still learning. First of all, I don't use MPC Beats. I use the actual full software. The MPC Beats is the free software. I use the MPC2 software, which is the paid one. So just clarify that they're different. That's the first thing. Second thing is I don't explode the tracks when I'm working like this in Ableton. When I'm working with the MPC and Ableton, I don't have to explode the track. What I would do is I would wait until the live stream is over, go back and watch the beginning of the video. You're gonna see how I get all the tracks out and all that good stuff like that. Just be patient. Wait till the end of the video, then watch it again, and you'll see it all. Two times I do it in 2 beats, you'll see it. All right. I think I got the second verse all laid out. Wow. 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 Let's put the beat tag on it. Let's put the beat tag on it. We got another one we done. Another one we done with. Another one we done with. It's a nuttin'. A nuttin' off real. Off real. Definitely gonna send this one out for something. All of these, I'm gonna send them out. All of these. I like all of these, man.
Purple World made that.
Woo! Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Purple World. Purple World made that. Purple World. Purple World.
Let's go.
Purple World made that.
Let's grab all of these drums. Grab all of these drums. Uno. That sounds a little bit better. Let's see.
Purple World. Purple world.
I'm gonna need a little bit more on this. I'm gonna need a little bit more on this melody bus right here. A little bit more on it. A little bit more on it. Let's do it.
Purple world.
Woo! Let's go. Let's go.
Purple world made that.
Woo! That's crazy. That's crazy. So at the beginning of the video, if y'all remember, at the beginning of the video, if y'all was here for the beginning of the video, I talked about, we had a discussion on, just a few things to pay attention to when you sample. A few things I pay attention to when I sample. This kind of explains exactly what I was saying at the beginning of the video. Okay. If you watch how I sampled this, how I sampled a lot of them, how I dealt with those samples. Okay. Like I say, normally I make beats from scratch. Normally, like 80% of the time, I make beats from scratch. I make all my melodies, do all of that. Okay. Today we just decided to jump in Splice, see how that Splice I don't really use Splice, so we decided to jump in Ableton Live, being that Splice is inside of Ableton now. You can just grab stuff right out of Splice, drag it in. I kind of wanted to see how the workflow is between going to Splice, Ableton, seeing if you can go inside of the MPC as well. Just food for thought. If you work like this, you cannot drag, or at least I can't. I cannot drag samples directly from Splice into the MPC. When the MPC software is a VST on the track in Ableton, if you notice, there was a way I was doing it. See? I would drag it into Ableton first. I would have the VST pulled up, the MPC software as a VST on the track in Ableton, pulled up. I would drag the sample into Ableton first, then out of Ableton into the MPC software. I would drag the sample from Splice into Ableton first, then grab it from a track in Ableton and drag it into the MPC, drop it down. Then I would go back and mute it in Ableton. That way I could play it in the MPC, start messing with it in the MPC and it don't play in Ableton. But it's like you got to use Ableton as like the go-between. You can't go directly from Splice into the MPC software as a VST. You gotta hit Splice, drop it into Ableton, then grab it from a track on Ableton, like literally clip on Ableton, whatever the sample is on the track in Ableton, grab that, then drag it into the MPC, boom, then you can get started. So if you notice, that's how I was doing all of my drums. Not really the sample that I was sampling, but that's how I was doing all my drums. I would drag it out of Splice. I use all of the drums in Splice, which that was hard to do, but I ain't gonna lie. That was hard to not use my own drum sounds. That was hard to do, man. Y'all saw me the layers I had to layer them drums, dog. Like, I was taking like 3-4 drum sounds and layering. You know what I'm saying? That's hard not to use my own drum sounds, bro, to where I could just drag it in, bam, and get it started. But I said I was gonna do everything up in this play. Do as much samples as I can. That means drums, everything. Just find some new drums, whatever. So we made that work. You know what I'm saying? And if you got a good ear, I had to do a lot of tweaking with the drums from Splice, but that's me and how I want my stuff. Now you and how you want your shit, you probably might just grab that and throw that in there. For me, I had to tweak a lot of them drums, like a lot. Y'all saw how much tweaking I had to do on them drums if you go back and watch the video. I had to layer like 4 drum sounds, render that out, then layer 2 more under. You know what I'm saying? Just to get 1 drum sound, 1 kick drum. But that's what I figured out working like this, which I'm glad I kind of work with it. You would never know if you don't work with it. You know what I'm saying? This is not my normal way of making beats. Like I said, I make all my stuff from scratch, but you got to work with it to know about it. So one of the things I found out that's very helpful is that you cannot drag from Splice directly into the MPC as a VST. When the MPC software is a VST on a track, you can't drag directly from Splice into the beat. You got to drag from Splice into Ableton. So basically what I'm saying is this. Basically what I'm saying is this. Okay. So check this out. Boom. I'm gonna put, see this, I created a MIDI track down here, all the way down at the bottom. So this is a MIDI track right here that I created, this blue track right here. All right, so I'm gonna put the MPC software on this blue track right, or this green track right here. Okay, this one right here. I'm gonna put the MPC software on. So I'm gonna go to my favorites, type in MPC. She'll pull up right there. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna put that on the track in Ableton. There it is. Now the MPC is running as a VST inside of Ableton, right? on a track in Ableton. Okay, so if I go to Splice inside of Ableton, check this out. Just for y'all that didn't see, if I go to Splice inside of Ableton, see? Let's say I wanted to drag this sample into the MPC and start chopping it up and doing some stuff with it. See, you can't drag from Splice into the MPC. See the red, see the red X or the no sign? See, it won't let you drop. See what I'm saying? That's me dragging directly from Splice into the MPC. It won't let you do it. So let me give myself another audio track below this. All you need is just an audio track to drag it to. You got to drag it to Ableton first, then drag it in the MPC software. So now check this out. I'm going to drag it to Ableton. Boom, there it is. Now I could drag it inside of the MPC. See? There it is over there, right here. And then you just mute it in Ableton right here. This track right here that we just dragged in Ableton, you just hit the 0 key and mute it. Now you got it inside of the MPC in your sample pool ready to chop up. There it is. So just for y'all that didn't know that, that's how you got to do it, which it didn't matter. It's still all good. You know, just drag. It's just one extra step. You got to drag it into Ableton first, then drag it into the MPC. You know, and then just mute it. So how I was doing my drum sounds, I was doing my drum sound like this. I would go to a pad. See, I would go, my pads is clear. See? So I would type in, like, let's say kick. Boom. Grab some kick. You know, grab a kick. Let's say I want to use this kick. I would drag that. Let me get this out of here. Delete. I would drag the kick sample to Ableton. See? Boom. There it is. You can barely see it, but there it is. In Ableton, the kick sample. And then drag it to a pad. Bang. There it is in the MPC right now on the pad. Ready to go. And then you just delete the file in Ableton. Boom. Now you got it right here. And it's also in your sample pool right here. See, kick in the sample pool right here. There it is. So that's how I was doing my drum. You can even layer. Okay, so how I was doing the layer. See, I got one kick on the pad right here. Boom, boom, boom. One kick on the pad right there. You can go get another kick. Let's say I want to take this kick and layer it. I would do the same thing. Drag it into Ableton. Boom, there's the kick sample right here. Then drag it from Ableton, but I would hold shift. See, as I'm dragging it, hold shift. See? And you can layer it. See on the pad? See how it does the red bar on the pads? Remember, you can put 4 sounds on the pad. See? So I already got a kick sound at the top. I can go underneath and layer it on any one of them 4 slots, them other 3 slots. So I could take it while I'm holding shift, just drop it on there, boom. Now I got 2 kick samples on there. That's 2 kick samples. If you go to program, edit in the MPC, there's my 2 kick samples. One right here on this layer right here, and then on my second layer right here, I got another kick sample. And then you got 2 more layers that you can layer 2 more sounds on a pad. See what I mean? So you just got to drag it, and then like I said, when you're finished, when you drag it into Ableton, just make sure you delete it after you drag. It's still going to stay in the MPC. See, that's both of them still out. You just delete it out of the Ableton. So it doesn't play in Ableton. It's on a pad here now. See what I'm saying? So that's what I was doing to build my drum tracks. And I kind of just figured that out on the fly. You know, I was like, oh shit, it ain't let me drag it straight to the MPC. So I just knew, like, when you drag stuff to Ableton, you could drag it out of Ableton, like to put it on your desktop or whatever. So I was like, okay, if I could drag it in Ableton, and I could drag it out of Ableton like that on the track, drag it out off a track on Ableton, then I should be able to drag it to the MPC off a track. So that's what I did. And I was like, oh shit, it worked. But it doesn't work directly from Splice to the MPC. See, can't grab nothing from Splice right here and then go to the MPC. See, doesn't let you drop it. Doesn't let you do it. But you can still get it rocking though, you know? So that was fun, man. It was fun. 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 The purpose of this was not only to mess with Splice, you know. Again, like I said, I've been having Splice for years, you know, and I never use it. So I got like literally over like 3,000 credits in Splice. So, you know, you got to use it for something. You know what I'm saying? So I figured I'd go ahead and cook up with Splice today just to see how they're able to. I always saw that Ableton updated like a few updates ago. And I saw they updated and they now have Splice in there. I just never use it, you know? Same thing with the MPC. Like, just in case y'all don't, the MPC has Splice integration. The MPC software has Splice integration too. Well, you can pull Splice up in the MPC software. and use, you know, whatever samples you want from Splice, you can. Okay. I knew Ableton did that update, and I saw it, and when I updated, you know, I updated because of the bounce in place feature. They had that update. You know how you can bounce a MIDI track to audio just boom boom on the spot. I definitely need that. I wasn't updating until I saw that. I let all them updates pass in Ableton until I saw that bounce in place. And I'm like, oh hell yeah, I need. So I updated. Like I told you, I don't update shit because it's new. I update when whatever they did when it actually applies to my workflow. You know, I'm not the dude to just update shit just because it's new. Nah, I'm the type of dude, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I'm saying? So if I ain't got no problem with what I'm doing, then I ain't got no problem. I ain't hitting the update button. I ain't got no problem. No matter what they come out with or what they, you know, unless what I read that they updated applies to something that I'm doing, then I'll update. But until it does, I don't even fool with it. So a bunch of updates that came out for Ableton didn't even fool with them. Then I saw that bounce in place update. I was like, hell yeah, let's do that. So I finally updated to the newest one. When I updated and got the bounce in place, it gave me that splice feature as well. From one of them previous updates, it gave me that splice feature to what Splice is now in Ableton. So like I said, it was in there, but I never used it. I just updated for that bounce in place stuff. You know, bounce a MIDI track and play right there on a file on your track. You can bounce it right to audio. I was like, hell yeah, I need that. That's definitely part of my workflow. Like any MIDI track, anything I play on the MIDI track, y'all see it go straight to audio. As soon as I play it, boom, I bounce it to audio. You know, so I needed that feature to be able to bounce it that quick like that, just on the track, boom, bounce it to audio. That was nice. But I had the splice feature in there from updating it, never used, never even signed into my account. Never, I just saw it in there and I never messed with it. So finally this morning, I was like, let me sign in there, see what's up. You know, how this splice thing work, the splice thing work in Ableton. How it get on, you know what I'm saying? So when I signed into my account, you can sign it in Ableton. Like when you first do a splice, like it's right here, see? Let me get rid of this. See, it's right here. This is the browser in Ableton. You know what I'm saying? So that's Splice right here. So this is it right here in red right here. That's Splice. It's under your Places tab in Ableton. Splice right there. And when you click on it, see, you could be on like, you know, anything else, like your plugins in Ableton. Then you go down here and click on the Splice right here. Boom, it's going to pull up Splice. And it start on the home screen like this. All right? Now, they got some other stuff that I didn't use but in Splice, but, you know, we just use the samples. But there's Splice right there. So when I sign, you can sign into your account right here. Like literally right here in here. I'm already signed in to my account. But you can sign into your account right here. You don't have to sign in like somewhere on the internet or something and then come back to it. You can sign in right here. And boom, it's going to pull it up like this. It's going to already be in your account. So any samples you have saved, anything you used in Splice already in your library, it's all going to pull up. There's your library right here. See, this is all the sounds I use, see, in the library. So in my library. So boom, you got that. You got the whole Splice thing right down there. What else? Yeah, I like the search feature. I like how it searches, but you just got to kind of get used to it. I like the search thing as well. You know, so when you type in what you want, like let's say I type in piano, boom, right here, then it give you all the stuff right here. See, it give you all the different things you can search for right here. So you could change the genre if you want. It's gonna still search pianos up here for your main topic, but you could change the genre right here to whatever piano, you know, like hip hop piano, R&B piano, trap piano, whatever. Change the genre like that, and you can change the key, you know, to whatever your beat is. So all the samples are not only I noticed that not only do the samples play in key, but they play to the BPM of your project. Everything synced to the BPM of your project. So as I was clicking on samples, they was playing with my project. It starts like on the metronome, and it plays. So any sample I was clicking on was literally playing with my playing in key and in the tempo of my project. I noticed that when I was doing. I was like, holy shit, that's kind of crazy. And it have just the regular things you can search. So I like how the search feature is, and I really like that, messing with it, you know. how you could type in like the main search up here at the top, which the main thing you're searching for, and then you can get detail with a piano. So I type in piano up here. Now I can get detail with it. I can tell it what genre I want. I can tell it what key I want. The BPM, if I want to, you know, a fast piano or a slow piano, whatever, I can tell it the BPM. You know, you could even do one shots and loops. So if you just want a piano one shot, you change it to one shot. See, or if you want like a full, you know, melodic phrase like a loop, you change it to loops, and it'll show you all that. So I like the way they did that. How you could search a main topic up here and then just kind of get detail down here. I like that. And then anything you do, it puts it down here. So let's say I change the genre to R&B. Boom. See, it switched everything to R&B, but you see how it put R&B in blue right here? That's letting you know everything that you narrowed it down to. And if you want to go back, all you do is just click the X on R&B right here, click the X, now it's back to norm. See, so it's going to keep narrowing it down as you keep picking shit. It's going to keep narrowing, and it's going to keep everything right there for you to see how you narrowed it down. R&B, this key, this tempo, whatever. And it's going to have all of them right there, anything that you narrowed it down to. You want to go backwards, you just click the X on everything. So they did the browser really, really nice. And now I'm guessing that's how the browser is in the regular Splice app. In the actual Splice thing. I'm guessing that's how it is. I just never use Splice. So anybody that, you know, excuse me if y'all know this shit already, but it sounds amazing to me. I never really used Splice. So I really, really like the way they did that browser shit. That's clean. I like that. You know, very, very intuitive. You can get to things quick, search for it quick. I like that. Very, very nice. On a personal note though, let me tell y'all something about using this type of stuff. And you keep hearing me say I don't really use stuff like this. Like I make all my stuff from scratch. Y'all have seen me do that. 80 to 90% of my shit, I make it all from scratch. And the reason why I do that, I don't think there's anything wrong with using this type of stuff. You know, what I suggested for the beginner, this type of stuff, like using Splice, using stuff, would I suggest that for the beginner? Absolutely not. And you would think that the beginner that's what they would go use to make beats. But as a beginner, your job is to learn the fundamentals. This isn't the fundamentals. That's why I wouldn't suggest this to a beginner. As a beginner, your job is to learn the fundamentals of beat making. Different patterns, stuff like that. Not sample. Sample isn't a fundamental of beat making. It's an extension of beat making. It's an extension. You can sample some stuff. It's an extension. You see what I'm saying? But it's not the fundamentals of beat making. So just remember, as a new person, I don't suggest you run to samples and stuff like that simply because you're going to get used to that. And then it's like that's going to become a crutch to you. It's not going to be a helpful thing to you. It's going to become a crutch. See, samples help me. The reason why it helps me is because I can make all my beats from scratch. So these samples just enhancing what I do. If I want to go grab a sample, I'll go do something. But see, if you don't know how to make beat, if your beats don't sound good when you do it from scratch, if you can't do that, and then you're using this type of shit, and now it sounds good, see, that's a crutch now. It's not a helper to you. You think it's helpful, but that's not a help. It's a crutch now, because your own shit don't sound like that. See what I'm saying? So if y'all understand the difference, that's why I wouldn't suggest like samples and all that type of shit like that for a beginner. Learn how to do stuff. As a beginner, learn. This is gonna be tempting because you're gonna want to hear some good shit because you can't make it yet. So you want to hear some good shit. So you're gonna run straight to them samples. That's what a beginner does. Straight to them loops, straight to them samples to make beats. Because you can't really make nothing like that yet. But you gotta discipline yourself enough to know this ain't my time to sound good when I first get into software. It's not my time to sound good. That's not my time yet. It's just my time to learn, not sound good yet. I just want to learn. So you learn them fundamentals, not try and sound good with them fundamentals. No, you learn. Learning isn't sounding good yet. You know what I'm saying? You learn fundamentals of what you need to do. If you need to link up with somebody that can show you them fundamentals, I offer one-on-one help sessions, you know, for people that want to learn how to do this. You know, you learn them fundamentals of what you need to do. You know, I wouldn't suggest the beginner run into loops and samples and all that shit. That as much as you think that's hurting you, it becomes a crutch. And it's a crutch simply because your own stuff don't sound that good. It doesn't. You use them samples and all of a sudden it sound nice now. That's a crutch. That's not a helper. It's a crutch. It becomes a helper when your own shit, oh, I could get that rocking too. My own shit even sound better than these samples. See, y'all didn't heard beats I done made sound better than these samples. See, now them samples become a helper. It's just a help. That's just something extra if you want to deal with that or not. If you want to add a little something extra to your beat or do a little something with it, that's a helper now. But a lot of people, what they're doing is that this is a crutch for them, and they just don't understand why it's a crutch. They don't understand. Go listen to your beats. Go listen to any beats you made from scratch. Go listen to them. And then go listen to one of your sample beats like from Splice or something like that. See what I'm saying? If your shit you making don't sound as good or better than them sample beats, then that sample shit, them loops and them samples is a crutch for you. That's not a helper to you. That's a crutch. You're leaning on that because you can't do it yourself. You can't. See what I'm saying? So that's why for the beginner, I don't suggest you run this shit like this. Don't. You know, and to be honest with you, that's why I'm careful about showing this type of stuff on my channel. If you notice, you don't really see Splice on my channel. You don't really see stuff like that because I don't want to promote that to somebody and they mistake what I'm doing. Like, oh shit, he used samples, so I'm gonna go use samples. But see, you're forgetting, oh, he 8 years in the game. You 2 months in the game making beats, or 6 months in the game making beats. Nah. Chill out with that, with them sample things, and go learn. Go learn melodies, go learn patterns, go learn effects, go learn all that shit. That's what's gonna help you. And then after you learn it and you get really, really good with it, them samples gonna be like just a helper for you if you want to spice your shit up or do whatever you want to do with that. That's all it is, just a helper. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why y'all don't really see this too much on my channel. Like me, you know, going to them different things like that, Splice and all that. I don't even know them other ones that there, but I know they got some other ones. That's why you don't really see that on my channel too tough. You see me playing you see me playing the keyboard. You see me playing my instruments. You see me, you see what I'm saying? You see me do all of that because I want the beginner to take that in, to understand how important that is, to do that. Not go running them loops and them samples just because you can't, but then when you listen to your own beat, shit don't sound nowhere like them sample beats you making. Nowhere like that. Then that's a crutch. Literally a crutch. That's what it is. Simple. See what I'm saying? So I don't suggest people form crutches out of this stuff like this. Don't do that. If they helpers, then they help, but don't form crutches out of that simply because you can't do it on your own. You can't make beats on your own without using samples. You can't do it. And when you do it, it sound like some old wild ass shit. It don't sound nothing like them sample beats you made. You know what I'm saying? If sample beats sound 10 times better, then that means that shit is a crutch for you. So just be careful how y'all use this. Be careful how y'all dive into shit like this. As much as you want to get your shit rocking and you want some shit that sound good, because you can't, because you won't, you want to be up there with the big dogs and you want to press play and hear some nice shit coming out of your stuff. So you run to your samples and these loops and stuff. Just understand, your shit don't sound like that yet. The stuff you doing, it don't sound like that yet. So if you keep running this and just leave your shit off the table, see the unbalance you got now? See, I'm getting good at using these samples and these loops, but then take that shit away and my shit sound like Boo Boo the Fool. Just cook that up. If you take that away. See what I'm saying? That's when you got to have discipline, because you could go do all this all day long. Discipline is going to come when you tell yourself, yeah, I could go grab them things, but you know what? I'm not. Even if my beats don't sound that good from scratch, even if they don't, I'm not. I'm gonna make sure that I work on my craft, not work on grabbing samples. I'm gonna work on the actual craft of making music. See what I'm saying? Sampling isn't making music. It's not. It's not making music. It's not. No, the music is already made. Think about it. The music is already made. You can call sampling arranging the music again. See, because you flipped it. You can call that arranging music again. You can call it adding to the music. See, because you added some stuff to the sample, But you can't exactly call it making music. That's the thing. Technically, you can't. And that goes for anybody that you see sampling out there, big, mainstream or otherwise. Technically, they not making music. Night Wonder, as cool, as nice as he is with them samples, technically not making music. See, the music is already made. He arranging that a certain way again, because he flip it, he chop it and flip. See, the music already made. Just always remember that. Them dudes made their career off of doing that and made their living off of doing that. But at the same time, I'm more than sure them dudes know how to play instruments as well. You see them dudes play their own bass lines. You know, you see them put a few melodies down over their stuff. So they know how to make music as well. See, so sampling is not a crutch for them. See? For all them people like that y'all watching, that's not a crutch. Them dudes know how to make music. They know how to deal with issues. So sampling ain't a crutch. Now, when you can't deal with none of that, you don't know how to deal with none of that, you don't know how to get your own shit rocking, you in here grabbing samples, you're forming a crutch. That's what you're doing. You're leaning on some shit because you can't do it. Yeah? I don't suggest that at all. Not at all. See what I'm saying? Now, am I saying, again, let me start at the beginning. Am I saying sampling is wrong? No, I came into this game sampling, you know. But again, I knew how to play instruments back. You see, I knew how to play a little something. I didn't know how to play as well as I do now. I didn't know how to play the keyboard as well as I do now. But I still know how to make beats without sampling. But that's how I came into the game years ago, sampling records. You know, there's nothing wrong with sampling, no. But I know I definitely see what it did to me because I was sampling more than I was actually playing stuff when I first got started. That did something to me. It did. And I started to read. That's how I started to read. I was forming crutches out of this shit because I couldn't play the keys like the sample. You know, I couldn't do when I would listen to my own stuff. I couldn't do it like whatever the sample. I couldn't. See? So that's how I knew, okay, man, you forming crutches with this shit, dog, because you can't get your own shit rocking. Like, this was years ago. So I disciplined myself enough to work on my craft, you know, make sure that I understood how to do some shit. And I just wasn't looking to sound good right out of the gate. Now I'm looking to learn, not really sound good. I'm just looking to learn right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you deal with that, to make sure that you're not forming crutches, man. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure you keep that in mind, bro. You know? And to be honest with you, it feels better. It does. It feels better when you press play on your stuff and you know that's all you. It feels way better. You know, if you get a kick out of sampling shit, and you think that makes you feel a certain way because your music nice. Oh, you're gonna feel way, but when you actually made all them melodies, you did the layers, you did the part, you did this part, that part, this part, that part. You layered some stuff. You're gonna feel like 10 times better. You know what I'm saying? Just that self-awareness that you can do that shit. You know, so that's why I encourage people to deal with learning first, not just running some samples because you new in the game and you want to hear something nice coming out of your software, coming out of your speakers. No, you're supposed to sound like trash when you first start. You're supposed to. That's part of. Don't try and avoid that step. A lot of people trying to avoid that. That's why they run the loops and shit when they first get started. They're trying to avoid that. That's part of the journey. You're supposed to sound like trash. You're supposed to. None of us popped out our mama sounding the way we do. Anybody you watch, and that's amazing. Just keep that in mind. None of us popped out our mama just sounding like that. Especially the DAW for the first time, and boom, they was rocking. No, we all didn't know shit about nothing. We didn't know nothing about no DAW. We didn't know nothing about making no melody. Everybody learned. Everybody did. No matter who you watching and how good they are. They all started trash. All of them. Because they didn't know. You don't know. You don't know until you know. So what I tell people is stop trying to avoid that step of the journey. Stop trying to avoid it. That's what that is when you first get started and you jump straight into some loops or jump straight and you try to avoid that step of sounding shitty. Stop trying to avoid it because it's part of the journey. To sound like garbage until I get this shit rocking. Because that part of the journey is what motivates you to learn more. It motivates you. You know what I'm saying? Not, it motivates you to want to learn more about your craft. It motivates you to want to dive deeper and not just scratch the surface. That's what motivates. If you love music, when you sounding like trash when you first start, and you love music and you press and play on your shit and don't sound good, that's gonna motivate you to make it sound good. So you're gonna want to learn more. You're gonna want to learn some stuff about how chords and structures and how to arrange a beat, how to make sure everything is good with it. You're gonna want to learn that. That's why the discipline is so important. You know, so just don't try and skip steps. Don't try and skip step Z. I call it step. It's not even step 1. I call it step 0. Don't try and skip step 0 to where you just sound like garbage. Don't try and skip that step. It's part of the journey. There's nothing wrong with that. You are part. There's part of the. It is the first step to sounding like trash. That is the first step to. Don't try and skip it. Just go through it. You know how we say trust the process. We say that trust the process. That's part of the process. Sounding like trash first. You're not gonna know until you know. So don't try and skip that part of it, because you're gonna see what happens when you skip that part, or when you try and skip sounding like trash and just go to jump into some loops and some samples and shit just so you can sound good. You're gonna start to see even your sample shit don't sound that good. Even that don't sound that good because you missed a bunch of fundamentals that to get them samples rocking. You're gonna think you're making good sample beats. Like you're gonna think y'all, you know, you're gonna think y'all. You know, but you hear somebody else shit like, holy shit, okay, that's sample beats, right? You see, even your sample beat not rocking at all because you skipped them fundamentals. You skipped them fundamentals. Just making shit from scratch. Making shit from scratch shows you a lot about sample beats. It shows you a lot of. It teaches you a lot about sample stuff. It's sampling music, making stuff from scratch. First of all, making stuff from scratch, it sharpens your ear. That's number one. It sharpens your ear to pick shit. 100%. It's going to sharpen the hell out your ear to pick stuff. See? So when you go and pick samples, after you done made a bunch of shit from scratch, when you go and pick samples, you're going to know, nah, not that one, not that one, not that one. See? All that shit you would have picked before. All of it you would have messed with before. But you're going to know, nah, not that one, not that one, not, ooh, that one right there. See? It's steps. Making stuff from scratch sharpens your ear like that. It does. You know, making things from scratch improves your rhythm. It improves it. The rhythm, you know? Because remember, if you're making it, you got to come up with the rhythm to the melodies, to the MIDI notes. You got to come up with that rhythm. It's going to improve that, your rhythm. So when you go sample, see, sampling, you have to flip stuff. See, when you sample something, you got to flip it. See, flipping, you got that. That's a rhythm you playing to. You flipping them chops to. So if you're making stuff from scratch and you're improving your rhythm by making things from scratch, see, when it's time for you to flip a sample, oh man, look out. Yeah, your sample sequence is gonna come out like beautiful shit, man. But it's because you understanding rhythm and what it does, because you're making stuff from scratch. See? So that's them fundamental things in making beats that if you deal with them, stop trying to avoid them and deal with them. When it's time for you to start messing with samples, you're gonna find that your sample-based production is amazing. And it's simply because you got them basics of making stuff from scratch. And a lot of people don't think about that. They think that it's two separate things, making beats from scratch and sample beat. No, making stuff from scratch will definitely improve your sample game. 100% is going to improve your sample game. Hell, you're going even good enough to start sampling your own melodies. I do that shit. I do that shit more now than anything. I make the melodies and then I sample that. Like that's my own sample. Like, see, just same thing, go and get a sample from me. It's just my sample. It's my sample I made, and I sample that. See what I'm saying? That's when you really off the chain. That's when you really rock it. When you could do that shit. When you can make the melody and then resample your own shit. Like you just went grab that somewhere, but it's your own stuff. Shit. That's when you know you rock it. You know? So dealing with this shit for so long, that's not what I do. You know, if I want to sample something, I'll make the melodies myself. So I'll layer a few things. You know, I'll purposely put a few things in it because I know when I flip it, when I take the audio file and chop it up and flip it, I want them things in there at certain places. So I'll purposely place some things in certain places of it, in certain places while I'm making a sample. I'll purposely place some stuff, you know, just to put it in there. And then when you take that file and throw it in the MPC or throw it in whatever, and flip that, pitch it up, pitch it down, chop it up, flip it, grab some parts out of it, and you flip that thing. Shit. Gangster. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I think I got I think I got a video on my YouTube channel. I think I got a video on my YouTube channel of me doing that. Let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's a video I posted long time ago of me doing that exact thing, flipping my own melodies. And bro, them beats came out off the channel. I just want to show y'all what you can do with that shit if you know how to do it. If you know how to make shit from scratch, and then you know how to sample your own shit. Watch. Let me see if I can find it. I gotta go to my channel. How I get to my home page in my channel? Where I can see like my own. Oh wait, hold up. There it is. View channel. There it is. Let me see. Videos. Nah. How I see like the beginning of the channel. Oh, I thought it was up there. I don't. Oh, it's not up there no more. It was like on a. It was like, you know, like one of the videos that's on my homepage of my YouTube channel. I remember it was there for a while. I don't think it's there no more. But yeah, I went off, man. You know, let me see. Hold up.
A little bit to kind of smooth off the beginning.
That's not it. That's not it. I forgot where it's at, man. I wish I had it, dog. I wish I had it. I wish I had it. But I will show y'all exactly what you can do with that, man. That video is a perfect example of that, man. Like perfect example of that. Flipping your own shit. Nah, it would take me a while to find. And I don't even know the I don't even know the that was years ago, man. Or like 3 years, 4 years ago when I made, or 3 years ago when I made that video. And the thing is, I don't even know the name of the video. But it's definitely there though. It was on the beginning of my YouTube, like the front page. It was on there for a minute, but I don't know what happened. Like I got some different videos up there. It was on there for a minute. I remember. I was just gonna show y'all what is you know what you could do with that, man. Mm-hmm. You see? Nope. Videos. There it is. I got it. There it is. Bandcamp makes 2 hard trap beats. Check this out. This is it right here. I think that's it. Let me see. Woo. Yep, that's it. I found it. Damn, I found it. I found it. Check it out. This is it right here. This is it right here. Look. This is the video right here. Let me show y'all. Check this out. Okay, this is me sampling my own shit. I'm gonna make the melodies, and then I'm gonna sample the melodies and make the beat. That's my Cerebro drum kit, just in case. That's on my website, right? It's my drum kit. Woo! Crazy. Hey, can everybody hear this, man? Let me know if y'all can hear this, man. I made this video. I was on my IG, my Instagram live. So if y'all not following my IG, make sure y'all do that. I go live on. I was on live last night on IG making beats. I was on live last night making beats all night. So if you look, I'm on the MPC software, and look, that's all MIDI in there. It's all MIDI on the screen. See? I'm making the melody. And I'm not even using the MPC. I'm using my typing keyboard as the pads for the MPC. I do that all the time. I got so good with the MPC software that I don't even need the MPC no more. I can literally make the whole beat right on my computer, the whole with no MPC. You know, because your keyboard is the pads now. So that's what I was doing. As the bass, see? So you would think that that's the beat right there. Now I think I'm gonna flip this, man. I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna just make the melodies and I'm gonna flip it. See? I'm gonna make the melodies and I'm gonna flip it. Let's go. Let's bounce that to a sample and go to work. See? So I'm gonna bounce that whole melody out.
I think that was the work right
sample.
now, but it's not. Now we about to put in the work.
Now we about to see. So that's the sample right there that I made. Now I'm gonna flip that. See, pitch it up. That's the sample chopped up. It's chopped. The sample is chopped up on different pads. See what I mean? Cerebral. That's my drum kit. That's the drum kit that's on my website right now. If y'all want to go get that. All my custom drum sounds.
Open had that.
Now I'm laying some more instruments on top of the flip sound. That shit cold, huh? That drum padding crazy. Same thing with the second one.
And the second part of it, I'm gonna make it skip. Dum, 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 dum. Mm, 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 mm. Let's find another sound for that. That's it. Bounce to a sample. Let's go. Let's get busy.
Bounce it to a sample. There it is right there. That's the sample. That's the pads. That's the chops. Now watch, I'm gonna pitch it up. I'm gonna pitch it up. And it's gonna change the whole sample. Look, look. Look at that. I don't think I like that bass. I think I need another bass. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the video right there, man. But that's just to show you guys, just in case y'all never saw that video. That's just to show you guys what you can do when you know how to make melodies and then you know how to flip your own melodies, you know. And that took a while for me to do that, like to understand how to do that, because your melodies you gotta make your melodies a certain way to flip them good, you know. Like before, when I first learned how to do that, the melodies I was making is almost like I couldn't really flip them, or when I would flip them, they just didn't sound right. I would always tell myself, man, you should have just left that alone. Don't even flip that. Just leave it the first way. But then I started practicing and I started understanding how to make the melodies to do it. Like how to do it. How to actually make the melodies to where, okay, yeah, you could flip that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like if you up your skill of making melodies, doing shit from scratch, it's gonna up your skill of sampling. If you learn how to do that. You know what I'm saying? So don't take that for granted. All you sample beat makers, just make sure that you know how to cook up from scratch. You know how to do that. You know how to make all of the melody, no samples, no nothing. Make sure you get good at that, because that's gonna do nothing but help your sample based production. Like you literally gonna be making you're gonna take your shit from 100 to 200% when you know how to make shit from scratch really, really well, and you can sample. You can sample your own shit that you made. You feel what I'm saying? So that's just a little taste of what you can do with that when you know how to do that, man. You know, you could have all type of fun. So this is what I was doing with that when I first learned how to do it. I would make a beat. I would make the beat. And I would do everything from scratch. Everything. All right. And I would make the beat. That's drums, everything. All right. Now I got this beat, full beat that I made from scratch. I would take the melodies, mute the drums, take the melodies, and render it to an audio file, to one audio file, all the melodies in one audio file. Then I would open up another project and flip the sound. See what I'm saying? So it's like I would make two beats off of one thing. See, I would have the beat from scratch with all the melodies I made, and then I would take the melodies and then flip it and make another beat. And I did that for probably like 2 years. I did that. So every beat I had two different beats. Every single beat every single beat I had, it was two different versions of it, of the same beat, two different versions. It was the one from scratch, and it was the flip one with the melodies. And I'm serious, I did that shit for a year, like a whole year. Every time I would make beats. Make the beat. Oh, excuse me. Make all the melodies from scratch. Make them all. Then make the beat, put the drums on everything, and then mute the drums, take the melodies out of the project, render that out to audio, open up another project and make the beat. And I know it was like that is I would call a beat the same beat. I would call it the same name, no matter what it was. It would be the same. Both beats would be the same name. It's just that one beat would be I will put SC next to it. That's the one from scratch. And then the other one I will put SP for sample beat. SP. The sample version of it. But it would be the same name. That way, no matter how different the beat sound when I sample the melodies again, no matter how different the beat sound, I still would know where I got it from. The original project. I would know. The one from scratch. But they both had. So I would just go look for the same name. Boom. And I would know which one from scratch. So I'm serious. I did that shit for about a year. Every time I made beats, it was two versions of the beat. But I just wanted to get really, really good at it. You know, really, really good at it. So that's how I got good at that. Resampling my own shit. So, but again, that was years ago, man. Like now I could do that like nothing, you know, like I could do that like it's nothing, you know. But that's a good exercise to do if you want to start out, man. You know? But yeah. I had fun making these beats, man. You know, I'm gonna get off in here and I gotta get something to eat. We have I'm gonna be getting a Discord later on tonight. Few of us gonna be meeting in the Discord. You know, we have a paid a paid collaboration project, you know, a sponsor from a company, from a sponsor company. So I invited a few guys from Discord to help me with that. That way they could, you know, possibly get their music placed, you know, get a sync placement or something, you know. That's how I do it, you know. That's how I get that, you know, with the different companies. So every now and again, I invite the guys on Discord to join me on that and see what they can do with it, you know. Always good to explore those opportunities, man. You know, you never know what's gonna get you started in this game, like what's gonna get you started, you know, with a payment or something, with getting some type of monetization, some type of money, some type of royalties. You know, you never know what's gonna do it. It sometimes it's not an artist, it's not a song, it's not. You know, I'm talking about that's gonna get you started in this game. I ain't talking about no little record that you put on Spotify and you get $2.75 from that shit. No, I'm talking about something that actually pays you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you looking at like a few $1,000s for a check. You know what I'm saying? Like companies do that. You know, it just depends on the right one. You know, like there's one that I did on a Discord. There's one that I have on Discord. There's one that I have on Discord, and I did a sponsorship with a company, and the beat is on Amazon Prime. It's like stream is on a commercial on Amazon Prime, or like on your smart TV, on your TV. It's on Amazon Prime. Okay? So that's another placement I got. That's another advert sync placement I got. I got a lot of those, like advert, like sync placements, a lot. You know, but this is one of them. Where is it? Yeah, it's by this company right here. Advert places by this company right here. See? Brand advert sync placement, Amazon Prime, and it's by this company right here. And I did their beat. I did their the beat that's on this commercial that plays. That's my music. You know what I'm saying? So I got a lot like that, and that appears on Amazon Prime. Not only on the website, on Amazon website, I get paid for that, but I get paid when they run the commercial. So that's gonna be money I keep getting like forever, you know. And I got quite a few like this, quite a few from different companies I work with. You see what I'm saying? So that's always a good thing to get to do that, you know. And it's sad to say a lot of people only look for artists, man. Like I don't understand that, man. Like like they got so many avenues that you can get something started in this game. It's not all artists. Get your beats to an artist, man. You know, like they got so many avenues you could start getting paid in this game. You know, like to be honest with you, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Like, as far as like music is concerned, yeah, I like hearing my beats and our artist is on as far as the music is concerned. But when it come down to the business, yeah, I don't really like that business. I don't like that business. You know, the business like of making songs. I don't like that business of when it come down to that part of the music business. I would much rather deal with company sponsorships. I like much rather. Like that is more money, by the way. First of all, way more money. Way more. That's number one. And it's more stable. It's more secure, you know, like you get payment after payment after payment. It comes, you know what I'm saying? So I would, you know, I've had records with artists to where I get royalties, and you know, and it's been pretty good artists, you know, to where it was a little piece of change. It was, but it just wasn't stable. Like if I had to live off that, oh hell no. Hell no, if I had to live off that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's pay your rent at best. That's what that is. That's pay your rent at best with that money. Yeah, but if you're trying to go buy a house, go buy a car, go buy shit out here, yeah, nah, I can't make it off that money. Just making records with artists, I can't make it off that type of money. I can't, nah. But sync, hell yeah, absolutely, definitely. Yes. The checks that I've seen from that, the I'm not one to talk about my pockets or showcase what I got or what I get from companies. I don't really do that. But you can go research it yourself. You can go just check it out and see what you can get paid for, which it would make sense though. Like if you think about it, it would make sense. From an artist or whatever, you getting paid from a pub deal, from whatever, ASCAP, BMI, you getting paid from that. See what I'm saying? Whatever publishing company you sign with. Or your Spotify royalties or whatever, like which ain't shit. Y'all know that ain't shit. You getting paid from that. But think about it. You lock in with a company, you getting paid from that company, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Like you getting paid from that company, dude. Like to pay you, $2,500. That's like grocery money to a company, dog. That's like candy money to to a company. You know what I'm saying? To pay you $2,500 a pop. That's like candy. See, so think if you making $2,500 from something you got rolling out there. You getting $2,500 a month or something. Yeah, that's quit your job type money. That's like, okay, yeah, one of them, two of them. Yeah, that's quit your job. See what I'm saying? See, I would much rather deal with companies. All right, that's just been my experience. I was running that artist shit for a long time when I first got in this game. Long time. I was running that for a while. And, you just start to get wise to the game. You start to get hip to it. I'm like, man, like that ain't going even the nice records I would make, that don't have nothing to do with like the small time. Even the nice records I would make, that still wasn't bringing no, it was bringing money, but it wasn't bringing no healthy piece of change. Not some shit I could live off of. Hell no. Fortunately, I was engineer. Like I had then built studios, and I had, that was where my money was coming from. But from the records, oh hell no, no, hell no. And the people that know the game, they know how it works. When you see an artist that got placements, they got placements. When you see that, that's good popularity. It is. That makes him look good and to whoever's watching, and he got played. But don't make no mistake about this. He ain't got paid from this. Make no mistake about that. The check that he got from that is not no crazy change your life money. Don't get that twisted, bro. Don't ever. I don't give a damn what that record sold. Diamond, man, it ain't no change your life money. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Now that record can possibly, catapult you into something else that brings some more money. Or so, you see what I'm saying? It could do that. If a person got that type of, but never get that twisted, dog. I just want y'all to understand, for all of y'all that haven't entered into that part of the game, I haven't really stepped into that part of the game, don't get that twisted, dog. that ain't no change your life money right there. It's not, dog. Not at all. No. It's good money, but it ain't no change your life type money. Now when you start locking in with brand companies and doing, especially if you can do your own deals. See, that's one of the things that I can actually do my own deals. Like I got the people in place to do my own deals with them company. I don't have to go through nothing to do my deals. See what I'm saying? So that helps a lot. You can do your own deals when a company approach you or want to get some business going. You can do your own deals. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how I'm able to invite them guys on there. Like we're gonna be in there later on today. That's how I'm able to invite them guys and do that, because I structured the deal. I own that shit. That's why I always tell y'all, own your shit. Like, stop giving your work to Spotify. Go own your shit. Because if you build the value of it, you can go do it. You can negotiate your shit out here with people that want to fool with you. I ain't talking about artists and all that. No, do that Spotify shit if you're running them artists. If you're trying to do all that in artists and that's all you think about, do that shit. But if you're trying to go past that, I'm talking about developmental shit, working with companies, working with brands, working with sponsorships. If you're trying to do that, then own your shit, bro. That way, when you sit down with you got leverage as to how you can negotiate your own deal. You don't have to go through nothing, and they not calling the shots on that. Because 9 times out of 10, they don't want to call the shots on that deal, how that work. You know what I'm saying? When you can structure your own deals and everybody agree to some terms, bro, you good to go. So that's part of the reason why them deals be so lucrative like that. Why they bring that type of money? Because I can structure my own deal. I can. You know, I got the attorneys, I got all of that, everything to structure my own deal. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I tell people. Like this artist stuff. Don't put all your eggs in that basket. They got so many ways you could break out and start earning a living from it, like actually making a living from you. They got so many ways you could do it, but you just got to know how. You have to have the information to know how. How I did it is I got with somebody like me. You see what I'm saying? Like the position I'm in right now, how I understood it is there was another dude long time that was in the position I'm in right now. He was in that position a long time ago. And I got with him. And he literally showed me how to boom from step. He showed me how to do that. You know? And I was like, that's it? He was like, yeah, man. You know, the thing is, it's just getting your music to them places. So you got to be on it. You know, you got to attract them. You got to know how to do that. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. You know, that's how it worked, man. You know? I got into documentaries, you know, like put my music under in documentaries. You know, I ended up traveling because of that. I got to go to Greece, you know, to work on a documentary. You know, yeah, man, there's all type of shit like that open, and I got paid from that. Like that's life change. That's change your life money right there. Like serious, like no cap. That's change your life money right there. What I mean by change your life money, that's if you working somewhere, yeah, it's time to start thinking about what you're gonna do with that job. Once you get that, once you start getting them type of change, it's time to look. You know, if you working somewhere else, like, and you making that type of money, you're gonna start to look at that job you had as a hindrance to your money, not making you money no more, man. That's stopping my money. I gotta go to work over there. See what I'm saying? That's the type of money you want to make when it come down to the finances about this. You know, if you talking about the financial part of making music, I know we do it for the love and I know we do it for the joy of it. But at one point in time, you want to experience the financial aspect of it. You want to push to be able to experience that. And I ain't talking about the small financial aspect of it. I'm talking about the change your life money aspect, that aspect. So where, yeah, I can't really go to that job no more because that's stopping me from making money when I got to get up and go work for a boy over, keep going to work over there. That's stopping you from making money now. You see what I'm saying? That's how you want to get to that point. So where you literally have to quit. It's not a want to quit your job. You have to quit it. Because, dude, it's stopping me from making money. I'm going to mess with you for 8 hours over there at that place so, when I could be literally making money right here, you know? That's what I'm saying? Because you done it already. You got that money coming in. See? That's what I'm talking about. They got so many ways to do a little something. To break into something like that. You know? But you got to set your pride aside. You got to do all of that. And you got to get with the people that's doing it. You got to get with the people, you know, that way you can understand how to do it. You can understand what's missing in your arsenal that you missing, the things that you need to structure, the things that you need to put together, you know, because it start like that. Building a little something and understanding how to build it. And then boom, you see what I'm saying? So you got to put your pride to the side, you know, and stop looking at people doing that. Wanting to be in the same spot they're in, but your pride won't allow you to go ask them, hey man, listen, can you show me how to get that done? Like, can you show me how to actually, you know, like if I wanted to break into something like that, can you show me how to do something like that? Like, can you look at what I'm doing and see what I'm missing, see what you know, what's the steps I need to take to do? You see what I'm saying? Like, you got to go do that. You know, you got to lock in with people like that to do that, you know? And sad to say, most people try and get that shit done through something like this, you know, jump on somebody's live stream and want somebody to explain to them how you get in the game. Like, that's not going to happen over no live stream comment, you know, in no comment section nowhere, explaining to you how to get your foot in the door. You're going to have to link up with that person, and that person going to have to take a look at what you're doing and how you're doing it, and then give you the missing pieces to it. You know, help you to get the missing pieces to it. And boom, that's exactly how I did. I mean, I'm 100%, that's exactly how I did it. I got with somebody that was already doing it. Fortunately, I knew somebody that was already doing it. And I just asked him, you know, listen, you know, what if I wanted to get into something like that? Like, I've been messing with artists, and I mean, it paid, but it don't pay no money like that. You know, so like what I would have to do if I want to break into something like that and do something. boy took me on this way. He showed me a few things, how to start structuring shit, how to put some pieces in place that I didn't have. Some simple pieces too, that didn't even cost that much money to put in place. I didn't even know about none of that shit to put that in place. Same thing, you go set up your BMI, your ASCII, you do all of that. They got some pieces that you need to put in place, to make sure that you can start structuring your if when it's time for you to start handling them deals and shit. And he just took me through it. And I was like, damn, And then when I got my first one, long time ago, I got my first one with him. My first sync with him. And then he showed me how to actually, get the money, how to collect the money, how to do all of that. With the company. He had did the deal with the company, but I was like in on it with it. I was like, he let me get a percentage of that. So what he ended up doing was showing me how that deal worked. The deal he made with him. He should, just in case I wanted to do something like that later on. He showed me how the deal worked, what he did, and the stuff he purposely did with the deal. He purposely made sure that was in the deal, just to, So I learned a lot of that shit, man, just from him and then some other people down the line. Next it was business people down the line, like I got a lot of advice from attorneys. I got a lot of advice from my financial people, like my accountants. I got 2 accountants. So they gave me a lot of financial advice when it come down to dealing, to structuring a deal and making sure that the most you get the most from it, but the people you doing the deal with, they get theirs too. They taught me all that shit, man. So that's one of the things that I figured out as well too. Like I took advice from the guy at first, and that got my foot in the door, understanding how to do it. But what I really found out, what really did it, is when I went deal with the actual financial people. That's what really put the information up on how to do some shit. When I started sitting down with an actual attorney and sitting down with some accountants and that's what really, because I didn't really understand how they know about stuff like that. Don't they just manage your money or do whatever? But some of them accountants, they specialize in knowing how to structure them deals so to get the most for your account. They specialize in that. So they know all of that type of shit, how to put them deals on the table if you own something. See, that account, if you own something, that account is gonna be taking care of what you own, collecting all the money coming in from anywhere. He gonna know all of that. So they well versed in how to structure deals to where, to where you can go out there and do it. I remember somebody told me a long time ago, some of the best managers, like if you want to hire a manager, some of the best managers are accountants. They're accountants. That's what they do for a living. But they can also be your business manager. See? If you need a manager for music production, if you need a manager for selling beats, or if you need a manager for running studios. See, I have a manager that runs my studios. I own them, but he runs, see? So some of the best men are accountants. They are. Or used to be. And it's just because they have to be well versed in how to structure those deals for the business they doing the accounts for. They got to be well versed in them deals, well versed in that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what really did it. When I'm not gonna say I stopped taking advice from people in the game, in the music play. It's just that I started paying attention more to the business people. They don't make music. They're not no music. They're not, like if you notice, you go run to music producers and all that to get your, how to get placements and your information, music producers. No, you got to go higher than that, above that. Go to the business people. See, they got business people that handle shit. Attorneys, business, entertainment attorney, all that shit. Go to them people and get the game. Not another music producer to get the game or how you get. Go to the business people that actually handle them deals. They could take a look at what you're doing and how you're doing it and tell you what you need. What's the next step that you need? What's the next thing you need? How you need to get it done. And it's based on what you're doing, because that's what they specialize in. See, a music producer, he can give you all the information he wants as to how he got his placements and how he got whatever he did and give you all of that game. But see, that's how he did it. That ain't saying that's going to work for you. That's how he did it. So all you can do is give you his experience and what he done seen and what he done went through and what he took in around. See what I'm saying? That's what another music producer can take. And that may help. And you may benefit from that. But see, what you got to understand is they got to step above that. See, the actual people that handle the business, see, they can educate you. Not a music. They don't make no music. They're not in this game making beats and no. They just do the business for all them people who do that. That's who you want the game from, not another music producer telling you, hey man, this is how you get a placement. It's like, no. That's how you got your placement. And that's how you got your stuff. And I appreciate you sharing that with me, but that may not work for me. I'm a whole different animal, dude. I think differently. I operate different. I'm a whole different animal. So that might not work for me. But I appreciate you sharing the game. And that's the reason why a lot of people stuck. That's what I noticed. That's the reason why a lot of people stuck in this thing, trying to get something moving, is because you taking advice from producers who done that. And you missing the next level. The business people, you know, like that accountant, those entertainment attorneys, go sit down with them and get the game on how to get your ass into the industry. See? Not another music producer on YouTube telling you how to do whatever, you know, how to get a placement or how to do. Man. You know what I'm saying? That's how I did it. You know, I didn't, you know, I just can understand that I appreciate somebody trying to tell me their experience and how they did it and what they did. I even tell y'all mine, and hopefully y'all can get some shit from it. But at the same time, you always have to realize that's him. That's him. Ain't no shit written in stone that's gonna work for me. Whatever I could follow that shit to a T, what he told me, down to the letter of what he told. And shit still don't work. Nothing don't pop off because of that. You see what I'm saying? But the difference is those business people who handle the business of that, those people are trained in your situation. They're trained in it. Whatever your situation is, they're trained in that. They know the ins and outs of where you need to go. They even have brackets, tiers, like you fall in this tier, this category. So this type of thing would work more for you. See, all of that they got, dude, because they specialize in that. You know, it's no different than a small business company that manages small businesses. See, you could go to a lady that already got her business, up and running, or a guy that already got his business up, and you can get advice from him as to how to get your business rocking and do something. Or you can go above that. You can go to the people that actually manage the business. See, they don't have a grocery store business like that. They manage them. See, they have the information on your tier, your bracket, where you fall. That's what I ended up doing. Not just taking the advice from another producer out there trying to tell me how to get something done, how to get this done, how to get that done. Like I say, I appreciate the information, but that ain't not written in stone that shit gonna work for me, dog. That's you. That's how you got into it. I'm a whole different animal than you. A whole different. See what I'm saying? And that I'm serious. That's why a lot of y'all can't make a move. It's like you watching all these and taking all this advice from people, not understanding that's you. That's how you got in here. See what I'm saying? I'm gonna need to go get the information from the source. The music producer ain't the source. The people who manage his business, that's the source. See, they don't make music. That's not what they're here for, to make music. The music producer here to make music, and the beat maker here to make music. That's what he do. And then he take care of the business that come from that. But see, the people that handle that, their specialty ain't making music. Their specialty is actually the contracts, the business. That's their special. That's what they do. That's who you want to go get that information from. So ask yourself, how many music producers you done sat down and listened to telling you how to do something versus how many actual business people you done sat down with telling you how to do something? See? Think about it. That might be why you ain't moving, because you're listening to more of the music producer and not the actual people that handle the business of it. I'm not saying you can't learn nothing from another music producer, or another beat maker, or, you know, somebody else telling you how they got into this, how they did this, how they did. I'm not saying you can't learn nothing from that, but you just got to keep in the back of your mind, that's him and his. That ain't me and mine. That's him and his. That's him, and that worked for his personality, how he move, how he get on. You a whole different personality, a whole different animal. That might not work for you what he did over that. You know? He probably had to kiss some ass to do that. Your personality is, I ain't kissing nobody ass to do nothing. See, you a little bit hard and a little bit rougher around the edges. I ain't kissing nobody ass to do nothing. See? So that how he did it ain't gonna work. You know the politics, playing a politic game and shaking hands with everybody and doing all that probably ain't gonna work for you because you a little bit more rough around the edges. You see what I'm saying? You one of them type of people. You know, not saying you bad, but you just one of them type of people. You like, so that ain't gonna work for me. Playing a politic role. You know, building relationships, get relationships with people and build. You know, you got to be in a room with people and build relationships. You know, maybe maybe that's what's messing you up. You not that dude to be buddy with everybody. You not that dude. You just not. So you see what I mean? Like that worked for that person. That's not you. You a whole different. That probably not your mentality. But you see, the business people, they gonna have a tier for you, a bracket for you, and how you get on. They gonna have that, and they gonna show you with your personality and how you move, how to get that thing done right there with how you move. That's what I ended up doing, and that's what really did. You know, that's what really kind of gave me the information and knowledge to actually go do what I do. You see what I'm saying? So all of that shit is just a way. It's just you just have to be able to you have to be able to see that about what you in. You know, if you're trying to possibly make money off y'all trying to get something done. You know, and like I said, when I say make money, I'm not talking about your average money you get from. I'm talking about the quit your job, you know, like the life changing type of money. That's the type of money I'm talking about. Not just that little 1-2-1-2 you get from streams out there. Nah. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about that the type of money that you can go open up studios and you can go, you know, you can go quit your job and start doing this shit heavy. You know what I'm saying? That type of money. You feel what I'm saying? Like, just understand that they got something higher than the music producer. They got something higher than that, higher than him. That music, you know, that person that you admire so much that made their money and got their placements and went diamond and telling you, you know, if you want to do this, if you want to get placement, do this. If you want to, you know, you got to do it, you know, like they got something higher than him. Just know that. See, they got somebody that handles his business. They got those people. You can go sit with those people. See, they don't make beat. That's not their specialty. Their specialty is what you looking for. That's their specialty. What you looking for. The business of it and all that. That's their specialty. The music, that's not his specialty. The music is his specialty. He just take care of the business that come from his music. You want to do that's his specialty. Making money off this music. That's his specialty. That's what he does for people. Make money off this music shit. He got the information to that because that's his specialty. Not making music. He ain't no music, he ain't none of that. You know what I'm saying? He's a business attorney or he's an accountant that has a company that manages multiple people who looking for what you want. See? That's going above the music producer's head that you watching on YouTube that's telling you about how to get placements. No, I'm you know, I appreciate it and I appreciate the info, but I'm not you. I'm gonna have to go above your head a little bit, dog. You know what I'm saying? And go get the information straight from the horse's mouth. That's the business people out there. That's the different attorneys and the different accountants. That's them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if y'all ever thought about that or if nobody ever told y'all that or whatever, because I know a lot of people watch these guys on YouTube and you taking their advice and running around following this one advice about trying to get placements, and that one advice about trying to get played, now one advice about trying to get in the industry, and this one advice about trying to get in the industry. Just understand they got a step higher than them people. They got one more step higher than them. That got the actual information straight from the horse's mouth. And they're going to give it to you based on your situation, based on you. Now, here's one thing I'm going to tell you. This is one thing I'm going to tell you. If you're prideful, if you let your pride run you, I suggest you don't do that, because here's one of the things you're going to have to do when you link up with them business people. They're going to have to know some personal shit about you, some personal details about you. They're going to have to know that to understand how to structure this thing for it to work for you. They're going to have to know that. You see what I'm saying? So if you're a private person, I don't suggest going there because you're going to frustrate them people. They're going to be trying to help you and do a job for you, but you don't want to give them the actual facts about yourself because you're used to keeping that to yourself. See? But the better you can open up to them, the better you can let them know about your life and how you went, and your not only your plans to get something done, but just you, your personality, your makeup, even how you was raised, all that shit. All that shit plays a big part in how you go out here and make money. It plays a big part. And that's the things that people bypass. They get the information from people, but they bypass the fact of my personality. My personality. You know, this dude over here telling you, check this out. This, you ever thought about this? This dude right, this music producer right here on YouTube telling you, hey man, you know, to get placements, bro, you got to build relationships and be in a room with people, you know, and make sure you're cool with people, you know, make sure you're cool with people, and you know, don't bug people, and just make sure you keep it cool with people. That way you can build these relationships with people. Whatever. See, they got another dude. They got that's him. And maybe he could do that. Play the politics. That's what you call playing the politics of the music industry. He can do that. Because that's his personality, to be buddy with everybody. He can do all of that. But see, you might be raised a little bit differently to where you was raised solo. You was raised by yourself, possibly a little rougher around the edges because of the neighborhood you came, because of where you came from, all of that shit. See what I'm saying? So you're not really used to going just be buddy with everybody to where you can get, and you see? Do you understand what I mean by the shit that make up your personality determines how you do all this? That's why them business people gonna want to know some personal shit about you. They gonna want to know that to structure this thing to fit you. And a lot of people doing that. They taking advice of people, and that's just not your personality, man. That's not. That's his personality. Depending how he get on. That's not yours. See what I'm saying? A lot of people doing that. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why they're getting stuck in this thing, you know? They're getting stuck or trying to do something, trying to open some doors, trying to turn some key that them doors ain't open. Because simply the person you taking advice, that's not your personality. It's not. That's not your makeup. That's not how you roll. It's not. You feel what I'm saying? So they like I said, they always gotta step above them producers and all that you taking the information from. They gotta step above that. They got the actual business people that handle their business. See, that's going above their head. They got those people you can go sit down and talk to. See? And as long as you're not about wasting people's time, you know, because that's what they're gonna require, you know, as long as you're about paying the fee for whatever you want, don't think you're gonna get that advice for free. You know, some may charge about an hour to sit down with them. Some may charge an upfront fee to sit down with them, whatever that is. But you got to invest. It's no different than going buy a piece of gear, you got to sit down and invest to do that. So pay the money, pay what them people want. But what I can guarantee is if you go to the right ones, you know, I ain't talking about the cat that just got his business license. Oh no, I'm talking about the people that know, the people that have been doing this for a while and then built things for themselves based off of their knowledge. If you go get the info from those type of people, you're gonna find that something different happens with you and you and what you're doing. You're gonna find that if you're good at following instructions. You know, you're gonna find that it happens. So that's pretty much how I got introed in it again. There's the music producers advice that I took, you know, the people that I was around that was in this craft like me. There was people's advice that I took, and it helped. It helped. You know, it made me pay attention to a few things. It made me look at a few things that I was doing. That way I can kind of switch it up and change. That helped when it come down to going out here and trying to get money for what I want for my product. That helped. But what really helped is when I started going over them people, over them music producers, going to the actual source of them business. That's what really helped. That's what really did it. And somebody gave me that game I'm giving y'all. Somebody already told me that. You know? When he told me that, it was like, ding, light bulb went off when he told me. I was like, yeah, I never thought about it. I always go take advice from these guys that did it already. These producers that did it. I never thought that they actually got somebody higher than them. Like higher than them with information. They got something higher than them. Just because you got placements and you got a record, you know, they still got somebody higher than that person. They got somebody that takes care of his business. See? That specializes in that shit you want to know. That's his job. That's what he does. That's not a music producer's job to specialize in the industry. That's not his job. His job is to make the music. That's his job. But they actually got people where their job is exactly what you want to know. That's their job. That's what they do for people all day long. They exactly what you want to know about the industry. That's the people. I was like, damn, I never thought about that. Entertainment attorneys, accountants, all of that. I was like, I never thought about that. Going sit down with one of them and asking them, hey, I'm a music producer, and this is what I've done so far, and this is what I want to get done. Can you help me to kind of see where I need to go with this? Like what I never thought about going sit down with them people and tell them that. Again, when I told y'all, when you do that, just be prepared to cough up the information, because they're gonna need to know a lot about you, and some of them things gonna be some personal things. You know what I'm saying? That's to structure this thing around you and how you move and what you do to maximize the not only the profit you get from it, but they're gonna maximize the potential of it, where it could go, where it possibly could go in the future. They're gonna maximize all of that for you. You know what I'm saying? So, and just a little game for y'all, man. Just in case y'all never thought about that. What's going on, 10th letter? I see you, man. I see you in the chat. What's up with you, man? Yeah, that's just a little game, just in case y'all never thought about that. Again, I'm not saying that, don't take that advice from producers that been there and done that, and just, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying don't take that advice from the people. It might be some good advice, but just always keep in the back of your mind when somebody telling you how to do something, or how they did something, just always remember that's how they did it. That is not you. That's not you, or know your personality. See what I'm saying? You are a whole different ad than that person. See? Just always remember that that's not you. That worked for them. See what I'm saying? But they actually have people that can assess you and how you move and tell you what works for you. Your personality, how you was raised, how you get on. They could tell you that. How to structure your business to where, this works for you and how you move. They can do that, bro. And the thing about it is, that's how they get paid. They get paid from you by doing that. So if you think they're about to give you the wrong information, they're about to lead you down the wrong path, they can't, because they won't get paid if they do. See, because that's their business. So they have to get something going for you so they can get paid. That's the beauty of it. They have to get something going for you. So they're going to figure it out. They will. They're going to figure it out, because they know shit. My paycheck depend on if he start getting his shit together. That's what their paycheck depend on. So they're going to figure it out. For whoever you are, they will figure it out. They will. That's going to be their mission, to figure out what things to implement to where you can now start maximizing what you want to do when it come down to making money up, whatever you're doing, whatever craft you got, music or otherwise. They're going to give you the game on how to do it. They will, 100%, because that's the only way they can get paid. See? And they like getting their money, so they're going to make sure you do a few things. You get something get off the ground. You know what I'm saying? So just make sure y'all keep that in mind. And hopefully that helps some people that's trying to, break out, you're trying to break out of the everyday norm of doing something and possibly do this for a living, possibly, start making some kind of substantial money off of it, some type of monetization from it, and just break away from the same old, 1-2 something from Spotify, 1-2 checks from Spotify. You're actually trying to break out into some money that can possibly change your life, change your family life, change the people around you, change how you move, all that. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind, take that into consideration. And yeah, use the information if it can help you, man. All right. I gotta get out of here, man. I gotta get some food in me and then start getting ready for tonight. The meeting tonight at the Discord, man. Shout out to everybody that's in on that thing, man. That's in on that opportunity, man. Shout out to everybody that's doing that. Amazing opportunity, man. Shout out to the companies that's providing opportunity, man. I would have never thought that I'd be in a position to do that. Long time ago, when I would be in a position to actually negotiate a deal and put some more people on it. Yeah, yeah. If you would have asked me that like 10 years ago, I'd be like, nah, probably ain't gonna be doing that. But it's funny where life take you, if you just keep it moving and keep your, just make sure you keep your nose clean and just do what you gotta do. Funny where life take you, man. So yeah. We're gonna be in there. We're gonna be in there getting it together tonight, man. Just working on getting the preliminaries down for the project that's to come. Yeah. But just remember, all you guys that's trying to make some type of that's trying to monetize what you're doing. Again, we do it for the love. We do it for the respect of our craft and all of that. That's fine, and I admire all of that. But eventually, you want to start.
Purple world. Purple world made that.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Woo! Let's go.